Welcome back to OtakuDaiKun. We're continuing more Lostbelt 7. I went ahead and did a lot of tweaking on the audio, so hopefully you can hear me more clearly and closely than ever before. Yeah. OBS doesn't have the exact same filters for doing limiting and compression that I get on my more Premiere audio suites, so I hadn't really given it the TLC it deserves. But now, hopefully, you can hear me much better. If not, let me know. But, yeah. Caitlin P says, let's face it, it's the midriff he misses. I mean, yeah. However, it's something special when a character you like also wears that. So you're like, hell yeah. It comes together because it's the type of person who would dress like that. Because characters who don't aren't as much fun to me. But yes, lots of crazy Lostbelt 7 hijinks we've been up to. The main thing going on right now is rebuilding the shadow border, and we've had a lot of trouble with that. Figuring out a couple of things that basically David Semvoid, our main Cryptor here, we find out he's not really a Cryptor in the same sense as the other guys, because he was able to resurrect himself somehow when Team A were all killed in their coffins way at the beginning of FGO. And because he was able to do that, he's not really bound by the same stuff as the alien gods, so his objective is completely different too. It seems like, obviously in this case, he wants to go and summon Ort to then destroy not only the Lostbelt, but let Ort rampage outside of the Lostbelt and destroy proper human history too. Do you have a Nintendo Switch? And if so, do you still play your Nintendo Switch? Yeah, well, Nintendo did announce the Switch 2, which we all knew was coming through leaks anyway. Tin can, huh? That's not a happy thing to hear. Because I was listening to my own audio back to me, and it sounded good, I thought. It should be more front-facing. Have a bit more texture to it. But yeah, we'll proceed like this for now. But yeah, as far as the Nintendo Switch goes, I just hope that it plays older Switch games better, because that'll make me very happy. What did your favorite character in game? I think you would mean Artoria. Artoria and Mordred are my favorite Fate characters, period. Yeah. Right, so we're going back to the summary. We're still repairing the border. Friggin' Kamazots tried to interfere with us rebuilding the border, and we chased him away because it turns out Nito Kreese is just as good of a necromancer, if not more impressive than him, and he got edgelord crazy over that. I think that's the bulk of it, honestly. But we think we're going to go deeper into Miklan to try and find not only Ort, but also the Tree of Emptiness, if it's there at all. We've got Kukulcan helping us out, and she was telling us about a specific Danos who's really into the lore of this whole world and would be able to tell us something, perhaps like the location of Ort. So we'll find out. Nier Automata update on PS4? No, tell me about it. What did they do? What did they do? That game didn't need to be censored. Yes, Nito Kreese memorizes the names and contributions of all the dead people that were part of her, worship as the pharaoh. And that makes her better, in my opinion. She cares more, you're right. I mean, PC, sure, but I would like a more powerful console. That's what I want. That or just let Xenoblade free to go on other consoles too. Because Xenoblade looks amazing, but it's held back significantly by the Switch. And it's so sad. So even though Xenoblade X is getting on the Switch, and that will be better than it was on the Wii U, it's still not as good as if it were on even like a PS4. Well, we've only got one episode so far of the new Strange Fake, so I'm excited to see more. It's coming out slow. I don't know what their release schedule is going to be, actually. Is the Switch 2 more powerful? It looks bigger, yes. They didn't show anything about the actual performance. It was just a bigger Switch that plugs in from the sideways instead of having to slide in and out the little snappy snap things with the Joy-Cons. So they didn't really show off much in that trailer, other than, oh, you're gonna play Mario Kart on it. Big whoop. Big freaking whoop. They could have at least told us, is that the original Mario Kart on Switch? And is it playing better than it did? But we'll see. We got a lot to cover, so we're gonna dive on in. Well, the thing is, Switch already has great games. They're just a crappy console. So make a better console, and all of a sudden all those games will look better on it. Metztitlan. Yep, that's where we're going to find the smart Danos. Apparently I'm still far away from the raids in terms of story content, so yes, I'm kind of ready, but no at the same time. We'll get there when it happens, I guess. I have some experience with the journey to the 7th stratum. Would you mind if I came along as your guide? Considering you're like super powerful dino with mega dino shield, you can totally come with me. Really, Tepeo has more backstory, huh? Didn't even know that was coming. I was hoping you would. I agree. We won't have anything to fear as long as you're there with us, Tepeo. Hey, new line working all right? Can you guys hear me? You know, I already forgot why Mashu's back in non-Ortonax form. It is a crappy console. It can barely run things with anti-alias 1080p 60 FPS. It struggles to do what modern consoles should be able to do regularly by now. To the point where some of the games that are coming out on it would look better, much better, on other consoles, and that's just meh. And in order to play certain games, they have to do, like, weird cloud-based, like, rendering, which is crazy. Do you have a dragon waifu? I would say probably, but I don't have a list of which ones are dragon girls in my mind right now. You don't understand what anti-aliasing is, then. It's about cleaning up stair-stepping and just making it a nice, smooth line. Less digital jank on screen. It's a way to improve the supposed resolution of it without having to actually necessarily render it at a higher resolution. Although, higher resolution does help as well. Why is a dino for a start? He's not a dino. Ray tracing, yeah, no, that's just lighting. Anti-aliasing, yeah, we want to... That's the thing, yeah. It's just improving the visual quality of the assets that are already in the game by showing them more clearly on screen. Instead of stair-stepping, low-resolution pieces of crap, you can get a nice clean line whenever there's supposed to be a nice clean line. And that's something Xenoblade was definitely struggling from. A lot of compression, low internal resolution on the models. To the point where you can run it on an emulator and it looks way better, which is sad. Basically, I just want the Switch to look as good as an emulator of the Switch can do. You know, crank up some stats a little bit, that's all. Hey, new line working all right? Can you guys hear me? Yeah, the PS5 Pro is not nearly as valuable as what I would expect from the Switch 2. I'm just improving the basic visual quality. Yep, loud and clear, Mounier. Miklan's magnetic field is pretty strong. In fact, every stratum has its own atmospheric density, magical energy concentration, and background radiation levels. Luckily, over the past few days, Professor figured out a way for our comms to actually adjust to their signal to suit the environment. Nice. We still won't be able to contact each other for a while in the Underworld, since the levels seem to be similar to singularities in certain ways, but otherwise, we should be good to go. Great. More useless chatter from Mounier then. That's why this Lostbelt's never gonna finish. Too much chatter. Then we should be able to communicate while you're in the 7th stratum. That's great. We'll support you as best as we can from here, like you've ever done anything for me from there. Oh yes, all the dinos love Nitocris. You're leaving too, Lady Nito? Aw man, we're gonna miss you. But I guess you've gotta go since it's the 7th stratum. I mean, the 8th stratum Camazot's hideout. If he shows up again, it's gonna be up to you to defeat him. Take care of Big Sis Sarah and Big Sis Mashu for us. Of course, that poor excuse for a necromancer is no match for me. And once we conclude our business in Metztitlan, we'll return to your city. Really? We still have other things to do after that, though. It would be a shame to let this new fame go to waste. So when I get back, we're gonna hold the Nitocris Cup we talked about last night. Woo! I can't believe we're gonna have another Chokta ceremony. Nothing can stop us now. I don't know what... I guess the PS5 Slim has the same specs as the base one, which is fine. I don't know. But yes, definitely getting the disc version of a PS5 is better than the digital-only crap. Because you don't really own digital games. Well, no, if the games on the Switch are good enough, people will still buy it. But it's a shame, because objectively speaking, those games would look better on better consoles. So that's what I'm talking about. Like, you can make a game that doesn't need anything powerful, but the Xenoblade games do look better with better with better hardware. They just do. So those are very ambitious games being held back by the hardware. Have you ever read Fate fanfiction? Yeah, though I'm not a huge fan of it. I've got enough official stuff that's difficult to keep track of as is. I only beat Camazot's because it was essentially a bad matchup for him. I had a number of advantages going on. Hey, don't be so humble. You kicked his ass, but if we were to run into Tlaloc, the rain god again, I don't think I could defeat her as I am now. You just need to glow up. It won't be visual, though. I prefer base Nitocris to Nitocris Alter. Have you seen it anime with a good anime Ruby? I've seen Ruby. It's got its ups and downs. I like what the show could be more than what the show is in some ways. Good morning, sorry I'm late. I went down to look at the shops first thing in the morning and lost track of time. Oh yeah, and we've got the pterosaur dino priest, who's like super mega hyper pissed that Kukulcan is embracing Chaldea and the humans, and he's plotting something devious. And they were even out of the thing I was looking for. Just goes to show that you should prep for an adventure ahead of time. Not to worry, Kukulcan. I have everything we'll need for camping out. We're all good to go. I've been guiding Sarah and Mashu since the first stratum, after all. Then I guess I just need to come along for the ride. Good job, Tepeo. Of course, I'll do the best I can. But why do you sound so happy about this? Because you've never been proud of any of your accomplishments before. This proves you've gotten better at asserting yourself and showing us when you're serious. I don't know that I agree with that. You two wouldn't either, would you? When you adjust your glasses, I can tell you mean business. Me too. You may not have realized this yourself, since you're such a naturally gentle soul. There's a new Power Ranger anime? No, I didn't know about that. That's funny. But you clearly feel a great deal of responsibility for the jobs you accept and results you produce. I see. Well, the thing with my glasses wasn't really meant to convey my emotions. I made these myself. They help me avoid looking upon things I shouldn't. What? Steven! If the PS5 Pro is anything to go by, graphics aren't everything. I mean, it's more that the PS5 already looks phenomenal, and the improvements made to a presumed PS5 Pro are so minimal. In fact, the Switch's lower performance gives it an edge, as it has room to improve. Well, sure. I agree that the Switch 1 to the Switch 2 has more potential for change. I don't know if it will, though. It all depends, because after all these leaks, we still don't really know how good the Switch is going to look compared to the previous one, and if those improved graphics affect older games, too. Xenoblade 4? I'm willing to bask in Xenoblade X a bit first. Oh yeah, things he shouldn't. I was gonna make a joke about him trying to not look at lewd pictures or something, but you're absolutely right. This certainly seems like... Yeah. That is so weird. Oh, right! Right, who we're gonna go see is Archetype Earth, which, in proper human history, is Arcuade-ish. Yeah, so we're like, what? What? Yeah, so we're gonna... maybe see Arcuade? What the hell is that about? That was definitely a crazy drop. Still, hearing what you both had to say just now was wonderful. I hope I can remember this moment perfectly forever. Okay, we should probably get going. It should take us about 2 days to reach the 7th stratum from here. We should be pretty safe with this lineup, but make sure you all stay sharp on the road anyway. Dude, PS5 is a huge improvement over the PS4. We've got 4K gaming. No other console has brought us that prior. Like, watching Final Fantasy VII Remake on the PS5 compared to the PS4 is... it's night and day. It really is. Will there be a lore video of Xenoblade X when it comes out? I'd like to. It'll certainly help if Xenoblade X Definitive Edition has a frickin' cutscene viewer. Because that was the hard part. Are we starting to translate these guys' language now? Surround them! Something. Oh geez, we're already in trouble. What the hell are they thinking? Are they trying to burn down the whole jungle? I guess this means we've entered their territory, the 5th stratum. Even so, I can't believe they tried to blast us with fire before we even got close to them. Do they just not care about the jungle or the animals that live in it? Dude, Steven, do you own a 4K TV? Have you been able to see the individual strands of, like, fiber on, like, Cloud's outfit? Shit's crazy, man. I'm just being objective here. PS5 is a powerful, beautiful console. Whether it's worth the price for you or not is a whole other story, but it is. But if you look at the PS5 to the PS5 Pro, the difference is not as big. For sure. Which is why I'm not gonna buy one. I think I just understood a little. You too, Master? I thought I made out some of what they were saying just now as well. We may all have woken up at the same time, but Aselame's language and how they exchange information must be changing rapidly. It's incredible how quickly they adapt, especially without the Maya's protection. Except in this case it's bad for them. Xbox usually doesn't get all the best games though, and that's the problem. Most of the Japanese games don't go to Xbox unless they're mega mainstream. Steven, that's silly. Hardware is always good, because it makes the software look better. No matter how much detail you put into it, at least you can see those details. It's like literally any movie that's ever been made looks better on Blu-ray than it does DVD, because DVD is inferior tech. This is no time to be scoping things out. See that guy? He's the leader around here, the captain of their squad. We'd best take him out right now or he's gonna be a thorn in our side for who knows how long. Alright, you guys better turn that machine gun into scrap metal and pawn it off to Koyanskaya. Pawn it off? No, she doesn't deserve it. All sales are final. You take these guns to your grave. Well, if you're letting me take Nito Kreese, I will. Look, a game, the very same game with better graphics is a better game than the game without. And what I mean by that is better hardware. Every single older game in existence will play better on a modern console being emulated with better features. Period. It depends. 4K is nice, and anti-aliasing is nice. Like, they both serve to accomplish the same thing. It depends on the balance, I guess. Do you still buy or look for hidden gems on anime on VHS tapes that are exclusive on VHS? Not VHS. That's a little old for me. Just a bit. I used to own some VHSs as a kid. VHSs are cool, I guess, but not the best quality. My main interest there would be to try to, like, archive them digitally with better quality. But I definitely love when older anime gets remastered on Blu-ray, because I'm like, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I've been buying a lot more of those. Like, Bubblegum Crash recently got its Blu-ray release, and it looks very good. If only we were able to preserve these bits of film earlier on. Okay, so who am I trying to bring into my party now? We got these two. Alright, yeah, I know what I'm gonna do. We'll give Nito Kreese her chance to shine, since they really want us to use her. And I'll put in Musashi as a backup. Hopefully that'll do. Well then, Steven, what you're saying about the PS5 Pro then is it's not actually better hardware. Because that's adding extra details that weren't in the original game. And as a result, the game was not optimized for that style of graphics. But if you had a game that ran really, really great on the PS5, it should run better on the PS5 Pro unless they fuck it up, which is what it seems like they're doing. I'm not defending the PS5 Pro, I'm defending the PS5, period. Over the PS4. Alright, let's see here. Dragon Ball Z? I don't know. I'm curious about that, because I've known they pulled stupid crap with Dragon Ball and Naruto, where, you know, instead of making it 4-3, they blow it up to 16-9, which in that case is, nuh-uh, you don't do that. No, Steven, that's objectively wrong. If you look at a PS4 game running next to the PS5 equivalent of that, it is night and day. Like, that is just, it is what it is. It's much clearer on a nice big happy TV. Maybe you don't care about the nice big happy TV, but other people do. I do. Because I play on television more than I play on handheld. Record of Lotus War OVA looks phenomenal on Blu-ray. I'm glad that was there. Some of the Slayers movies have made their way to Blu-ray, which is cool. That was weird. What just happened to her? It's like, What was hurting them? I must have missed something while I was looking at the chat. Technoblade? No, I have not. I've bought a couple of games exclusive to Japan. The Idolmaster games, for one, have not been brought over. Is there just somebody shooting us in between turns just to, like... Oh, it must be this prick. Okay, douchebag. Scorpio. Nito Kreese has... Well, it's because she's instantly killing them. She doesn't get to beat up on them. She's not as good at this whole looping thing as Musashi. I guess I'll switch in Musashi then. What is your dumb buff? I hate these big giant buffs. Increase NP resistance. One-man army. Bleh. You just make up buffs all the time. I don't really like Dragon Ball, so I don't know what good releases there are of the home video on that. Don't kill her. Don't you dare. Oh, you're gonna evade, you little piece of shit. I see that. I see you. For how long, though? A whole turn, you prick. Oh, wait, no, it says... 1 left, 1 turn? I don't know what that means, but okay. You have to feed the next boss? Dude, Fate's crazy, man. This game is weird. Have you been that anime fairy tale? Have I seen the anime fairy tale? And yeah, fairy tale has some really nice character designs, but it usually doesn't put enough effort into making decent fight choreography. It's very cheap animation. Wait, he put up another evade? You little... Oh my god, I didn't see him do that. Whatever. This game is really stupid sometimes. That's weird, we're like getting hit by collateral damage even with invincibility on. It's pretty dumb. I'm also trying to, right, the fairy tale game, the first one anyway, censored a frickin', like, day 1 patch. I could show you comparisons of how Xenoblade looks on, like, native console, and how it looks on, the, PC being emulated. It's bafflingly different. The Switch is cheap and convenient, which is probably one of the main reasons why it sells. The only thing that the emulated version is doing is running it at a higher resolution with some anti-aliasing. That's all. That's all. I see there are cornfields around here, too. Of course, corn is considered the flesh of the gods. It's been modified to grow anywhere and everywhere in Miklan. It's also one of the Danos' primary source of energy, second only to the sun. As luck would have it, we have an excellent harvest today. Steven, you're very butthurt right now. Tomorrow, we'll be entering the 6th stratum, the 3rd Underworld. Like, dude, I played Fate Extra CCC on this channel via emulator, and it looks way better than you would ever get it to play on a native PSP. And the only things I was doing was up-res. Higher internal resolution. You can do that with N64, PlayStation, all that stuff. Could my computer run Crysis? I don't know. I don't know what kind of game Crysis is. While I'm accustomed to it, the rest of you will be seeing the galactic sand dunes for the first time. Galactic? Why does it have to be galactic? So tonight I want you all to get plenty of nutrients and rest up for the trek across them. Do you even realize what galactic means? I also have some sauce what? Oh, I also have some sauce that Baker was kind enough to prepare for us on the storm border. Forgot Baker is the name of a character. Huh? You're putting that black water on our holy corn? It looks kind of evil to me. What is it exactly? Actually, if we're going to talk PS2 games to PS4, unfortunately I can't say this for the Final Fantasy X remaster, because that actually changed all their character models and stuff, but all of the PS2 Kingdom Hearts games look amazing on the PS3 and PS4, when they never looked that good on the PS2, and the main thing is all they're doing is making it HD. So that's a big deal, and all that is a resolution increase. And maybe a more stable frame rate, hopefully. It's called soy sauce, if you brush it over corn before cooking it. Well, see the results for yourselves. Yay, it's roasted corn. What did you do to my precious corn? Eat it. You're wearing human clothes. I'm sure you'll like human food. Though I do want to see her flying around in the nude and not being, like, embarrassed about it or whatever. Maybe because it's... She wasn't in the presence of other humans before, so she could fly around nude. Kingdom Hearts 3, yeah, it's alright. That was a very visually impressive game. Holy shit. I like that sound. I think Kukulcan just ate more corn in one sitting than most people could in their whole lives. Kukulcan, maybe that's enough. You'll give yourself a terrible stomachache if you overeat. Do gods get stomachaches? I think they do if you're talking like Journey to the West. Then again, she's eaten 10 times her body mass in corn already, so maybe there's no sense worrying. All good here. Tepeo, another helping. Fierce teeth. I've been missing out on this tasty treat for 100,000 years, so I've got to make up for lost time, yes. Man, proper human history is just downright devious. You're recklessly crazy. Why would you invent something that makes corn taste this good? Do you want the whole world's supply devoured? Well, I won't let that happen. I'm a god, you know. If it ever looks like we're about to run out of corn for good, I'll do everything in my power to make sure we don't. Ah, so this is culture shock. Terrifying. It seems we have a new possible cause of extinction on our hands. I'll look after Kukulcan, so don't worry about her. Enjoy your after-dinner chat. You're just gonna slide her to the edge. Danos never really cultivated much in the way of culinary techniques, so I guess this is all very new and exciting for her. I'm glad the roast corn made her happy, though. I expected she'd like it since she's humanoid like us, but it's good to get confirmation. I did hear VLC is working on making an AI translator for anime. That's wild, because it's basically saying, yep, we know we know we're the primary tool that most pirates are going to play their anime on anyway, so we might as well make that a selling point. Which is crazy, because you'd think that might put them in some legal hot water if they start acknowledging that. You know, Da Vinci, it may be a little late to be asking this, but if Kukulcan is this Lostbelt's god, why does she look like a human and not like a Danos? AI translation is getting better. I do agree that it sucks in a lot of ways, but yeah, it's interesting that they're trying. Honestly, I've been wondering about that too. I don't blame you for wondering. Whenever humans imagine beings superior to themselves, they usually think of giants or beastmen. Their tendency is to mix the familiar human form with characteristics no ordinary human could possess. By that standard, you'd expect Kukulcan to look a lot more like a Danos than a human. The one thing I don't know about AI-generated subtitles is, I guess what, you have to like run the file first, and then it generates the subtitles on site? Because there's no way it's doing it, like, real time, because that just doesn't make sense. You'd have to be getting the subtitles after the character says their line then, you know? Wild robot? Doesn't sound like something I've seen. The Google way? Which word are we talking about, Julio? Hear me, evil roast corn. Your days are numbered. I swear not to rest until every last kernel of you is in my belly. Well, I don't think fan-translated subtitles should ever be illegal in and of itself. You'd have to go after the actual file that they're attached to. Human translators can always beat the AI, but if they're not being genuine in their translations, then they're bad. You know what I'm saying? I agree with you, Steven. A Drakengard HD remaster with all 3 games. As long as I could skip the stupid final boss of Drakengard 3, maybe. Ugh. Well, no, I'm saying it could possibly translate it live, but it still needs to hear the audio first, unless you allow VLC to get a buffer of the audio in advance, like a couple of seconds or however long it takes, so that when the character starts speaking the line, the subtitle shows up. That's what we need to see. Oh, Kukulcan. Well, I'm not sure how else you're supposed to say it then, like, phonetically speaking. Are we sure she's not actually a dinosaur? Don't, Habitrot. I understand how you feel, but that's not nice to say. She's just very ferocious in appetite. Okay, I was hoping to gather a little more information first, but this seems like a good opportunity to move up our schedule and hold an emergency briefing. It's gonna be kind of heavy for after-dinner conversation, though, so be ready for that. Alright, I'm not gonna keep you waiting any longer. I'm sure you've been wondering about the origins of Mesoamerica and the Magecraft world. And why the 7th Lostbelt turned out the way it did. We should have discussed that at the start, so on behalf of Chaldea, I'm sorry it took so long to get to it. Sure, Michael, as long as it reads that data before the voice line hits you and you get the subtitle right when it should appear, then we're good. And I'm saying that's totally possible. It totally is. It just means that, yeah, the computer has to work a little ahead of the playback feed. But while we maybe took the scenic route to get to it, the time has finally arrived. Are you ready, everyone? Are you ready, Sarah? Come on, get on with it. Then let's get this episode of Da Vinci's Mythology Corner started. Yay! First off, Sarah, I believe Mashu already told you about proper human history's Chichen Itza and the relationship between Maya and Aztec mythology, right? Do you remember what she said? The Mayan stuff came first, followed by the Aztec? Maybe? I'm being quizzed on something. Very broad strokes, but since we're discussing the Lostbelt, I guess a basic understanding will do for now. Then taking all that into consideration, let's go over our journey so far. We originally infiltrated the 7th Lostbelt in South America to finally settle the score with the foreign god. Like Kukulcan? Like that? Because that's not phonetic the way you're writing that out. And if we're talking like that, then it's just a matter of switching up the vowels for pretty much, most Roman language vowels, or Romance language vowels. A, E, O, U instead of A, E, I, O, U. So, Kukulcan. Kuku-kachu. Kukul. She's so cool. Instead of Kukul. And I can do either, I just need to know which one is right. Mesoamerican. Yes, everyone's saying that, and it's true. Well, that's cool. I guess Google was just giving... Well, I don't even know if it's Google. I'm just saying, that's probably just the American way of saying it. I know Jens is correct. But after breaching the storm wall instead of the South American continent we expected to see, we found Pangaea, the massive supercontinent that once contained all Earth's landmass. Immediately after, the ground split open, so revealing what I can only describe as a light we don't yet understand. That light struck the storm border, sending it crashing down into this underground world known as Miklan. As you'd expect from its name, Miklan strongly reflects the characteristics of Central America, rather than South America. That's most likely because this Lostbelt's roots, that is, the basic idea underpinning it, comes from Central America and proper human history. So, it would be more accurate to refer to this world as the Central American Lostbelt, rather than the South American Lostbelt. See, they know this. It was supposed to be South America. There's a new Pokemon theme song. Interesting. True, but its surface coordinates are still in South America, so let's just stick with South American Lostbelt. So technically stupid. Why'd they have to do that? Now, here's my first observation. Let's dig a little deeper into Central American mythology. I think what they're trying to do is that they were planning to do a South American Lostbelt, and then realized they'd much rather, they would much rather have done Mesoamerican culture instead, so now they're just trying to retcon it through this silly logic. What if they go to South America, but instead they find Central America? Yars Rising, I did play that. I talked about that in a previous Waifu Monthly recap. It was pretty fun. Nice little way forward game. I like their stuff. I have not seen Pokemon Fusion. So they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. We want to plant Ort in South America, but we want a mythology based on Central America, and we're gonna have to find a way to... I don't know, man. It's very silly. Whatever they chose to do, it's funky. Well, since your name is Spanish in origin, you should be saying it, you know, Julio. Anyone who says Julio is wrong. Like, that's just not how you say it. Let's dig a little deeper into Central American mythology. In addition to being closely tied to the natural world, Central American mythology also tried to focus on an astronomical perspective. They took a great interest in outer space. In fact, there are still lots of depictions of rockets pointed towards the sky that remain in Mesoamerican murals and relics today. Why is that? The Magecraft world has a theory. They think the Mayan civilization's interest in outer space may have started with a figure who already knew plenty about it. As in an alien? Yep, it came from outer space, but it wasn't the kind of creature you're probably imagining. $60 million years ago, during the fifth of the Big Five extinction events, an enormous meteorite crashed into the Yucatan Peninsula in Central America. The resulting shockwave is believed to have become a massive heat wave which covered the entire planet, effectively ending the dinosaurs' time as Earth's dominant life forms. I understand Danos are different from dinosaurs, but I've also been told their bodies are equally strong and durable. So if this event wiped out the dinosaurs and changed the entire ecosystem, it must have been quite the disaster. Yep, the earthquake created by the meteorite's impact exceeded a magnitude of 11, and the resulting tsunamis were easily over 300 meters tall. Recently, some people have come to believe that another meteorite landed in West Africa at around the same time. But either way, there's no question about the impact on the Yucatan Peninsula. There's just too much evidence of it. There's the 160-kilometer crater along the peninsula. Iridium, a rare metal, was discovered there too. And above all, the enormous underground cavern that was clearly formed by a meteorite impact. You see, there are lots of springs called cenotes in the Yucatan Peninsula. They're essentially very deep pits with groundwater bubbling up from their bottom, which made them crucial sources of water. And one of the reasons those cenotes formed in the first place was as a result of the changes the meteorite impact had on the bedrock. Which explains why so many of the cenotes are connected to each other underground, like a giant ant colony. Ant farm. See, this means there must have been a massive underground world running beneath the Yucatan Peninsula as far back as 60 million years ago. For the people living there at the time, the underworld of Xibalba from Maya mythology was very real. Over time, this underworld myth was brought into Aztec mythology as well, where it was reborn as Miklan. And the Magecraft world believes that this primal fear of the locals had of Miklan wasn't a product of legend, but because that very real fear was inscribed upon their DNA. So they weren't normal humans? No, they were perfectly normal except for one additional factor. The Yucatan Peninsula meteorite was absolutely chock full of resources. And I don't just mean the kind of rare metals that are nearly impossible to find on Earth. I mean matter, or even life forms that didn't exist on Earth at all. What I'm saying is, aliens survived on the same meteorite that hit the Yucatan Peninsula. Aliens? You're kidding me. I know it's hard to believe, but it's the only explanation that makes sense. At any rate, the meteorite came with intelligent life from another planet. We don't know whether they used life on Earth as host bodies like parasites, or if they outright fused with them. Either way, this intelligent life arriving on Earth resulted in the rapid rebirth and development of advanced life on the planet. What's more, it did so in ways beings like ourselves, who reproduce sexually, could never duplicate. These extraterrestrials had to multiply quickly, over a large area, and without pause, so they could cover all of Earth. And the best way they could do that was via the natural world's most abundant form of life: plants. This means that beings which arrived with the meteorite weren't conscious beings, but fungi with the ability to store and convey information. They parasized Earth's plants and helped them to develop their seeds. Once humans came around, they were revered as the incarnations of nature itself. Those are the roots of all Mesoamerican gods. They would attach to just about anything and lend them their power. At times, they probably appeared as natural forces themselves. Sometimes I bet they used animals as their host bodies. Other times, I wouldn't be surprised if they used humans. In time, the people who would eventually form the Mayan civilization were born. Those who were most compatible with the fungi became priests, kings, and sometimes gods. So basically, in the Magecraft world, it's believed that it was these fungi which gave the Mayan people their visions of outer space, the fungi's homeworld. So these aliens, these visitors attached to the meteorite from 60 million years ago, were the origin of the civilization's gods. What does that remind me of? Like, a lot. Da Vinci, when you say fungi, are you talking about the mushrooms we know today? Well, recently there have been theories that all fungi on Earth not only share a common language, but that they also communicate through their own underground network. A topic for another time. In retrospect, calling them fungi may have been misleading. They more closely resemble the roots of a plant than anything else. Imagine microscopic life forms that operate entirely via nerve tissue, and you'd have the right idea. I guess they looked a lot like living filaments. Anyway, while these fungi, or plant roots, or whatever you want to call them, were able to store and convey information, they weren't able to achieve conscious intelligence on their own. I think microorganism works just fine in its own right too, though. It may sound bad, but in many ways, they were like a virus that needs a host body to survive. Olga's not dead, she just broke up with us. I think that by attaching to a host, these beings were able to advance that host species and secure a livable biosphere. carrier of the gods. I've heard there's a family in the Mages Association who's been watching over mystic fungi from the Age of Gods for generations. Is it the same kind of thing? Yep. The origins may be different, but the carriers of the gods follow the same logic. The result is humans infected with divine blood, who can manifest mystics from the Age of Gods here in modern times. It doesn't get much rarer than that. In Aztec mythology, Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca often appeared as humans despite being gods. But if Quetzalcoatl was actually god filaments using the king of that age as its host body, then it all makes sense. First, these aliens attached themselves to plants, which caused plant life to flourish. This resulted in Central and South America's massive jungles and rainforests. They then used the plant roots spread out underground as a nervous system to cultivate all around the world. Over time, they noticed the emergence of humans, Earth's prime species, and oversaw the end of the Age of Gods. What is my favorite season? Summer. I like it hot. People take off their clothes in the summer, and I like that. When these beings, unless you're trying to say servant, but you already asked me that. When these beings' own time ran out, and they accepted they would never return to their home in outer space, they decided to entrust their hopes and dreams to their children inhabiting the Earth's surface, humans. And that is the story behind the Mayan and Aztec civilizations. Their mythology still remembers Earth's big 5 extinction events, yet doesn't portray them in a negative light. It's a mythology focused on the rebirth of species, filled with the will to overcome even the worst world-ending disaster. So they accepted extinction and worked to overcome it. Kukulcan is asleep now, so I overheard your discussion. If I understand you correctly, Da Vinci, you're saying that human history diverged based on the species. These extraterrestrials chose to carry on their wish to return to their home. In proper human history, they chose humans, and in the South American Lostbelt, they chose Dainos, us. Does that mean this Lostbelt began after the mass extinction event 60 million years ago? If so, this Lostbelt would have the longest history of any of them, by far. No, for that matter, it would mean this Lostbelt's prime species has been developing for even longer than proper human history. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all correct. But there's still a lot we don't know. It's safe to say the meteorite that crashed down on the Yucatan Peninsula marked the point where this Lostbelt began. Except, it still would have killed all the dinos, right? Are you saying the dinos didn't die because they had the blessing of alien parasites? That I could understand, I suppose. But then why are there so many humans here? At least the god ones. But I can't see what happened after that. Why does Kukulcan look human instead of like a Dainos? Why did this Lostbelt's god filaments choose to parasitize Dainos and not humans? The dinosaurs would have also been wiped out during the 5th big extinction event. So if the filaments were going to choose any species to parasitize, surely they would have chosen mammals, the dominant form of life, just like they did in proper human history. I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure I've got at least the broad strokes right. Didn't humans, not exist during the time of the dinosaurs, though? So it would be humans who emerged in the wake of that massive heat wave that the aliens presumably chose, right? The Cryptors didn't create the Lostbelts. The Lostbelts are just worlds that were gonna be pruned, but have been, that order has been rescinded thanks to the fantasy trees. So they didn't make them. So what Da Vinci doesn't seem to understand is that the impact itself happened earlier. Right? Is that what you're saying? Or I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know. That's confusing as shit. I'm not going to play Marvel Rivals, no. I don't need another game like that, although I do see why people are excited about it. So confusing. Needlessly complicated. I probably could have inferred a little more if Holmes were here, but this is the best I can do on my own. I see. So you need more information to make additional inferences, Why don't we try looking at it from a different angle? We may not know why the god filaments chose the Dainos. But we do know that the base, But do we know the basis for our being chosen? Oh sure, that much is pretty clear. Before I go on, I'd like to just go over some facts. Sarah? Based on the information we've gathered so far, what can you say about the Dainos? So the Lostbelts are simulations of worlds that had already been wiped. No, I haven't played it. I just know of it, like I said. Their skin has a unique characteristic. Whoa, you noticed. Impressive. You mean the dino barriers? Okay, now let's go over the rest of the answer. They, of course, have the same musculature as dinosaurs. They can camouflage themselves like chameleons. They can communicate telepathically. They're all herbivores despite their diversity in species, and they can nullify physical impacts using biowaves. It should be impossible for those traits to have evolved on Earth organically. Their high intelligence in particular. I don't mean that it's impossible for them to be smart. I mean that most herbivores simply wouldn't be capable of it. It's just not feasible at their size. Dainos would be able to obtain the required nutrients for survival on an herbivorous diet alone. Yep. Have I seen My Hero Academia? Yeah. It's okay. I dropped it at a certain point. Which means the Dainos must be replenishing the energy they need via different means. The teachings of the sun. They're able to live on water and sunlight alone. Oh, you mean the Dainos are... Yep, they're conducting photosynthesis all the time, thanks to the god filaments' evolutionary help. So they have to be naked. Naked dinosaurs. They're like quiet Metal Gear. This Lostbelt's prime species, the Dainos, are a hybrid of both flora and fauna. They've been this world's dominant life form for 66 million years. They're way more advanced than humanoids like us. And more advanced than the dinosaurs we had. I can't believe it. I had no idea we were such incredible creatures. You sure are. You probably don't think anything of it. But you Dainos are actually the perfect intelligent life form. Every last one of you is strong, and you don't have to compete with each other for resources to survive. In a way, you're just like the vision Kirstaria had for an ideal humanity, a species whose members would never need to fight amongst themselves. I'm glad it was the Dainos who were the ideal species. You mean instead of us? Yes, Kirstaria's goal wasn't a pipe dream after all. I mean, we are wiping out this whole world, though. If Kirstaria's world and dream were manifest in this Lostbelt, and this Lostbelt still got pruned, then it couldn't have been the ideal world he wanted, right? The ideal species he hoped to see exists right here. And the fact that they're all so kind like Tepeo makes me so happy. That being said, even though I can make an educated guess about the meteorite hitting the Yucatan Peninsula being the branching point for the South American Lostbelt, I still have no idea why it ended up with this unusual structure. The only way we're gonna find out is by going to this observatory, but first, we've gotta get through the next checkpoint, the third Underworld. Then again, this time we've got Nitocris, Da Vinci, and the ridiculously overpowered dinosaur god snoozing over all the way over there. Bleh. So I'm sure we can handle anything this place throws at us. Bring it on, I say. Habby Cat. Apparently there was like a picture floating around on the internet of Habby Cat not wearing that big poofy outfit. And, she's actually kind of hot. Da Vinci's guesses are mostly correct. We did fall from outer space. We did end up stranded on this planet. In your world of proper human history, we are the ones who instigated the 5th mass extinction event 66 million years ago. But this is the Lostbelt. In this world, thanks to a tiny deviation in its path, the meteorite that devastated the Earth arrived 250 million years sooner. There we go. And that is where our worlds parted ways. It is also where the Miklan you see here began. For 234 million years, we used our roots to keep the supercontinent together. Really? But then, 60 million years ago, this planet faced its 3rd extinction level event. So the meteor that was supposed to be the 5th became an earlier extinction event, basically. In proper human history, this is where the old world ended, and the new Cenozoic era began. Instead of waiting for humans like you to appear later, we chose them to carry on. We chose the prehistoric children who continued to survive so valiantly on this planet, just like those of you who would be born later. So basically, meteorite falls earlier than expected, prompting the aliens on said meteorite to go with dinosaurs instead of people. But, yeah. You would assume that the meteorite would still kill the dinosaurs, right? Or was this before they came about? Are you saying this meteorite struck before the dinos? And so dinos emerged as the dominant species relative to the landing of the meteorite compared to humans? It's weird. Looks like everyone else is still asleep. Oh, you woke up? Kukulcan. Yay, what a coincidence. So did I. Since I'm up anyway, I decided to give Habitrot a break and keep watch for her. I was just admiring Miklan's night sky. Okay. So yeah, now the meteorite strikes before the dinosaurs. So it couldn't wipe out the dinosaurs because they weren't even there yet. Then, as time passed on, the dinosaurs would emerge, before the humans ever would. And they're like, hey, we like these guys, we're gonna choose them instead. Alright, it's starting to come together. Come together, right now. Fate story. Go get some more sleep. I've got the lookout stuff covered, yes. Does that mean Quetzalcoatl is Mayan and Kukulcan is Aztec? There is no Lostbelt 8. The story does continue, but in the form of what they call the Ordeal Call chapters, which are something different, as far as I'm aware. You're not going back to sleep? Would you like something to drink? You need to stay hydrated, right? Oh, it's the opposite. Okay. Okay, so Kukulcan is more primordial than Quetzalcoatl. Oh, you want to know how we're seeing stars, even so deep underground? Well, unfortunately, Miklan's night sky isn't actually a window into outer space. It just looks like one. The stars we're seeing are just the Maya using phosphorescence to imitate what the real night sky of so long ago looked like. The only real celestial body here is the sun. And even that's technically a fake, since it's actually a really tiny artificial recreation of the real thing. Yeah, because if you dragged the actual sun anywhere near this close to Earth itself, it would roasty toasty. You know, I might have just been imagining things, but... Yes? Were you only pretending to be asleep earlier, Kukulcan? Kukulcan, I'm getting all mangled up now. Kukulcan, cuckoo. Wow, you saw right through me. I don't think it was really my place to speak up there, so I figured pretending to be asleep would be the best way not to interfere. I mean, the whole conversation would have come to a screeching halt if they'd asked me to weigh in, you know? What do you think, Kukulcan? How did Miklan end up like this? I wouldn't have known what to do if you asked me those kinds of questions. If you'd asked, I'd have to answer, and since I can't lie, well... I decided to pretend to be asleep and wait until the storm passed. Yeah, but what's wrong with you telling us? I see. So you have some secrets then. Oh, but you kept something from Da Vinci too, didn't you? I like Pyra more than Mithra. There was a moment you could have pointed out she was wrong, but you chose not to say anything. Why is that? You already know whose dream it was when you saw, whose dream it was you saw when you were back in Chichen Itza, don't you? Is it because you didn't want to interrupt? Or is it because you realized I was only faking being asleep? And you knew instinctively that if you spilled the beans, I'd kill you? Yeah, that thing. Why would you kill me? No, kill me, no. Really? Well, then you were dead on. If you'd told everyone, you'd all be gone now. Cornfield and all. Anyway, that's enough joking around. You guessed right. That dream you saw came from the Maya. The god filaments rooted here in Miklan. Ah, so that's what they're called. I don't know how you ended up harmonizing with Miklan so well, but you didn't do anything wrong. So there's nothing wrong with telling everyone that what you saw and discussing it with them. But there's a pretty good chance that doing so would expose a certain someone's thoughtless misdeeds. But I can guess she will have no one to blame but herself for that. That's all well and good, but I honestly don't remember what I saw. Huh? You mean you forgot what your dream as soon as you woke up? Are humans just like that? Oh man, now that I think about it, I'm the same way. I thought I was the only one who was so forgetful. Okay, I'm gonna say goodnight again. Oh, just chalk all this up to a dream and forget it when you wake up. Well, the Mayan gods are here, but the Mayan people were not, originally. I mean, don't worry about anything. I'll be keeping watch all night. I still don't really understand the whole contradiction thing. What was the contradiction? You can tell me if you remember. Alright, I'm gonna go see if I can't fall back asleep. That was a long-ass node. Third Underworld, here we go. Was this Chochoakui? Or Shoshoakui? Sorry. I think it's Shoshoakui. How many underworlds are there? Plenty. Oh, in Miklan specifically? I'm not sure. I hope it's 4, because I don't want to do any more of these. These are always really hard fights. What is the third level of the Underworld like? It's a strange place, permanently covered in the darkness of night. There are gentle breezes, lots of oases with clean water, and a starry night sky that stretches on as far as you can see. The only downside is that Danos can't stay there long, given the lack of sunlight. It's the only desert in Miklan, and a very peaceful place for stargazing. The desert, at last, familiar terrain. Now you're starting to speak my language. The desert is indeed beautiful at night. I can even teach you how to use the stars to navigate there. I have not seen the new Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie. Honestly, I don't like the Sonic live actions. My general idea is, it was the most insulting thing ever when they announced that very first trailer with ugly Sonic and Gangster's Paradise instead of actual Sonic music. Or even Sonic-inspired music. Then, of course, they fixed Sonic's ugly-ass design, but the rest of that movie had already been written, filmed, and created by the same people who had the arrogance to think that something like Gangster's Paradise was appropriate for Sonic. So that didn't fix the movie, in my opinion. It was still kind of a bastardization of the things I like about Sonic. And then the second movie was maybe a little bit better, a little bit more faithful, but it's still like just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. But the main thing that I still can't get out of my head is just how fucking annoying Sonic himself is, and how he won't shut up at all. He is so goddamn annoying, and his little pop culture references and everything are really, really dumb. That and the story focuses a lot more on the people, which is really annoying. Like, Sonic attending those black people's wedding or whatever for a whole arc and screwing it up. I'm like, what does this have to do with Sonic anymore? Yeah, I heard it's loosely taking from Sonic Adventure 2 with Maria and Eggman Grandpa and stuff, but the Mario movie was great. That was very good. What in the world happened here? Tepeo? Well, this is embarrassing. I think I give up. Nah, the Sonic as he's written in the games is very different than this particularly annoying incarnation of Sonic they made for the movies. Oh, this is embarrassing. I think I give up. Endless grains of sand everywhere you look. Arid air without a hint of moisture. Heat more oppressive even than the jungle. Mashu, could you tell me exactly what the current temperature is? 80 degrees Celsius? 176 Fahrenheit? I see. That could dry up a Danos in a few days. Frankly, I would like nothing more than to go home, but don't worry. We have a specialist with us. Nitocris, please do something about this. What do you expect me to do? This isn't a desert, it's a hellscape. Even if we shrug off these sandstorms, which may as well be barrages of needles, there's still the air, which is hot enough to boil water, and that's not even mentioning the weird gravity. An oasis won't do us any good if it's floating too high up for us to reach. But you can still float up there on the wind, you know? Mashu told me how you are the incarnation of the god of the sky. Given all your knowledge of the desert and your ability to fly, I can think of no better god than to entreat for help, please. I mean, yes. But floating on winds like this strong would be, it would be suicide. I don't recommend flying around here or even jumping too high, no. In addition to the strong wind, everything above 400 meters is a vacuum with no gravity. Miku? Miku Hatsune? I love Hatsune Miku. I don't know the full stories of the woke thing in Mario. The Princess Peach thing is probably the weirder part of that movie, but it's okay. It may look like a clear blue sky, but it's exactly the same as being in outer space. Exactly, thank you, Kukulcan. I knew Miklan's god of wind would understand. Kukulcan. Kuku. The sky in this level of the Underworld is no sky at all, and since outer space is well beyond my jurisdiction, we'll just have to hoof it. Honestly, this hasn't exactly been a huge shock. Yes, they did put Miku in Fortnite. I don't really care. It's not like she's ugly in that game or anything. Right. Based on what we saw before, it was a good bet that this level of the Underworld would also have changed to be much harsher and more difficult to cross. So let's just focus on making safe, steady progress. Hang on, we're not going to be reaching an oasis anytime soon, right? We should turn back. Servants might be fine, but Sarah won't make it an hour out there. Your Mystic Code's temperature regulation was just barely enough even in the jungle, right, Sarah? So trying to cross this desert's gonna feel like trekking through a steam bath. Your canteen will be empty before noon. What are you gonna do if you collapse out here? Good point, Habitrot. We should go back to the jungle for now, stock up on water, then... I don't see the jungle we came from in anymore. Is the sandstorm just blocking our view? I hope that's all there is to it. Hang on, let me send Tiffany out to take a look. What is the MC's Mystic Code? You mean like specifically which one? I mean, it's supposed to be just their white Chaldean uniform right now. That gives them lots of buffs and stuff. I've only read 2 Fate fanfictions, so I don't really have a favorite. Meanwhile, we should stay together so the sandstorms don't separate us. Hold hands, grab onto each other's clothes, whatever you need to do. Tiffany's back. Would she find out, Da Vinci? Bad news. She couldn't find a way out of the desert. Somehow, even though we only just arrived from the jungle, we're out in the middle of the desert. This must be the Underworld's trial. But making sure Senpai has enough water is a matter of life and death. If only we could at least mitigate this heat somehow. Yeah, I'm against continuing on like this too. Damn it, I let the cool environments in the first and second Underworlds lull me into a false sense of security. I should be able to generate some water, but as hot as it is, that isn't going to save Sarah or Tepeo from heat exhaustion. I didn't think it was going to be this bad either. Damn it. I knew I shouldn't have gone around the shops. I should have gone around the shops a little more. If only we had a yellow cucumber from Chichen Itza, we would have been able to regulate Sarah and Tepeo's body temperatures. It's not your fault, Kukulcan. Almost nobody uses yellow cucumbers these days. Only a very old shopkeeper would even think to stock them. Hmm? Ah. David. You mean this? Thank you, don't mind if I do. Tepeo! I'm sorry, truth be told, my mind reached its boiling point some time ago. Tell me, Sarah, where did you get that? From a shop. Go ahead, I have 2. How the fuck does David know all this? Thank you, don't mind if I do. Ow. Ah, what vitality, what energy. It almost feels like ice moving through my veins. Normally, being out here would be suicide, but just now I feel incredible. Go on, Sarah, try it. Don't have to tell me twice. You ate it as is? Are you sure it's safe for humans, Senpai? Oh wow, it tastes like apples, grapes, oranges, peaches, all at once. That's weird. What the? So it's a cooling fruit or a vegetable that excels at helping people beat the heat, similar to green cucumbers? It did look pretty good. It's a shame you only brought 2 of them. This is perfect. With yellow cucumbers that good, you won't need any more water for the rest of the day. Thank goodness you managed to find such a well-stocked shop, Sarah. And of course, great job making sure you were prepared for anything. Well, actually. Oh, Sheba just sent me an alert. Hostiles! Please be careful, everyone. Heat signatures are burrowing through the ground towards us. Worry not. Any demonic beast that lives in the desert is subject to my jurisdiction. This time for sure. I, Pharaoh Nitocris, will take the lead here. The rest of you fall back and save your strength for later, just in case. As for you, Sarah, now that that fruit adequately hydrated you, I'd like you to help by performing some simple heroic spirit summons. Yeah. Huh? It's not working! Here we go again! Hey. Okay. We only get to have one servant. Oh wait, no, I'm gonna use mine, of course. This is kind of crazy. Alright. Let us hope I do not die. Indeed, sir, indeed. To battle! Of course, we have to go through 3 gauges of this bullshit. Dun 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 dun. What NP is your Squirtoria at? I think it might just be 1. Maybe 2 if I have ever gotten spooked over the years. Oh, cool. She gets extra in puzzles. This fight is BS. Seems fairly easy so far. Just more busy work. Have you heard the Minecraft? Oh, the BS parts happen late. No, man, why do you gotta say that stuff? It's not your fault. I just don't like hearing the bad news. Oh, this worm is a bitch? It kinda looks like a bitch. Who you calling a bitch? Something tells me he won't die so simply. What did you just do to me and sucked up? Did you steal my attack buff, you little prick? Sandworms on the moon. Dude, ordeal call sounds like it's gonna be weird as shit. Bruh, no criticals, stop it. What do you mean, who are the other servants I summoned? Oh, cock. Okay. Bruh. And I'm still NP sealed. This is like practically luck-based then. I guess the moment I saw the fucking sandworm, I should have just been optimizing my attacks and not using arts. Unless I kill him here, which I kinda doubt. Yup. Screw that shit. Oh, she gets extra guts. Alright, never mind. It's not that BS. Eh. And then they took the... Fine, eat it, bitch. Revenge! Nah, this is an easy fight. I didn't know they were gonna give me extra buffs. I was thinking it was over. Oh, Minecraft movie trailer, yes. I have seen that. I don't really think it looks that good, but I don't like Minecraft anyway, so... I think they're overusing Jack Black just a bit. So we just heard him in the Mario movie. Chill the fuck out. Oh, it's BS because they let you in. Well, I would say it would be BS if they killed me off. Were you trying to kill me? Because if I'd been anyone else, you would have succeeded. I'm sorry, but it wasn't my fault. You weren't able to summon anyone? Didn't you say you could summon any heroic spirit you want when you're in the Underworld? Forget insolent. Failing to summon aid here is downright incompetent. I appreciate your faith in my abilities, but you wildly overestimate me. Blech. I'm afraid you're mistaken, Pharaoh Nitocris. I was right here. I saw the whole thing. Senpai's summoning ritual did go off without a hitch, but then it seemed like something external nullified it before it could work. I'm guessing it has something to do with a rule that's unique to this level of the Underworld. Before going into this Lostbelt, we summoned Nitocris, we summoned King Protea, and we summoned Beni Enma. And so far, everyone we've summoned has become our enemy in some weird way first. Oh, I didn't realize. A summoner who's lost the ability to summon is like a bird that's lost its wings. As a caster, I can understand your frustrations. Forgive me, Sarah. I shouldn't have yelled at you when I didn't have all the information. And as a fellow worker of spells, let me offer some advice. Don't mistake your inexperience for weakness. No one is an expert at everything. When things are truly bad, bemoaning your situation only makes it worse. Says the chick berating me. Next time, when you try to take a deep breath, moving a few steps in any direction, and directing your mind elsewhere, away from your concerns. I'm sorry you had to fight all about yourself. Hey, don't worry about it. Those desert insects were no match for me. They may have caught me by surprise at the start, but I got used to them. Now I can handle 10. No, 100 easily. Say, that's right. As a pharaoh, you used to command the Sphinx. You should still have the same authority even here in Miklan's Underworld. That Sphinx was actually a gift from Pharaoh Ozymandias, but I'll just keep that part to myself. All that aside, the fact that your summoning ritual was aborted like that is pretty concerning, Sarah. I'm not too worried about us for the moment since we have heavy hitters like Nitocris and Kukulcan around. But you not being able to summon other heroic spirits worries me. What kind of rule could have... Habitrot? What is it, Habitrot? Why are you gawking like that? There! Look there! Look, look, look! Huh? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Giant legs? Ooh, baby! Yeah, I see them too. They've got to be the legs of some crazy huge creature. With toes that big, the whole thing must be something like 60 meters tall. It's the same size as Protea. Damn it, we need to hide, fast. But there is nowhere to hide. Everyone, gather around me and stay low to the ground. I'm gonna open up my sacred garment. What, are you flashing it? Did you just flash the monster? No, you're gonna put on a fucking Medjed suit. That's what you're gonna do, right? That'll make me sad if that's exactly what you do. And I suspect that is exactly what you will do. Yes. What's this? Are you just hiding under cloth? Shh, quiet. This is divine protection of the great Lord Medjed. Oh, are we all underneath it? So long as we stay put, that creature will never see us. This should give us a chance to see what's going on. Does this mean you were Lord Medjed all along? Of course not. Such insolence. Besides, Lord Medjed doesn't have a secret identity, no matter what he looks like. Right, well, anyway, thanks, Nitocris. You really saved our bacon. What a great little portable camp. This should let us catch our breath and see what's going on outside. Now, where's that shadow's owner? I want to see the big boy. Dai-chan used to play Overwatch. I never cared for it much myself. Looks like it's still close by. Guess we'll just have to wait in here until it leaves. Instead, we've been playing Strinova, which is like anime Overwatch, and I like it much better. Oh, but first, is everyone okay? Oh yes, I'm fine, though I'm endlessly fascinated by this mysterious space in which we find ourselves. No issues here. I'm not injured either. I was just so shocked that I forgot to use my spirit form. All good. How about you, Kukulcan? Oh, sure. I wasn't surprised at all. In fact, having you worry about me has put me in a great mood. Alright, this seems like a good time to talk, as long as we keep our voices down. I'm referring to Strinova, S-T-R-I-N-O-V-A. Free-to-play, hero shooter with sexy anime babes. Alright, this seems like a good time to talk, as long as we keep our voices down. This is the 3rd level of the Underworld. Shosho Akui. Or is it Aki? I don't know, man. It's a world of endless desert, strong winds, and 0 gravity. I'm guessing it corresponds to... God, all these names! Panquet Lak Al Quantuecalo Panquetla the Panquetla Calyoan, the 5th level of Miklan in Aztec mythology. I'm not going to say it again. The Underworld's composed of a massive desert region. It was believed to contain 8 oases, but was also home to some strong winds which would blow away anyone attempting to cross. No, there's no lore reason why they do that yet, as far as I've found. I mean, a dub would have been amazing for FGO to solve all of this. Even if they pronounce shit wrong, at least we'd have something to blame if we pronounce it that way. The dead would cling to trees so as to not get swept up into the sky, and were said to flap like wings. You're right, that does sound a lot like this place. So if we're to make our way through this newly transformed level of the Underworld, we'll have to cross 8 oases? You mean like that oasis floating in the sky? I can fly a little bit myself, but I definitely couldn't fly up there with all this wind. And that's not even mentioning the area with no gravity. The moment we get into higher altitudes, we won't know which way to float. I don't understand. Gravity is the force of attraction, yes? So how could you lose track of which way you want to go when there's no gravity to attract you? One of the key laws of the universe is that light things are attracted to heavy things. You know what's fascinating? A lot of people have been spouting this myth, basically, that, you know, Ghost Stories was a situation where the anime sold really, really poorly in Japan. And so when it came to the West, they specifically gave ADV permission to do whatever the fuck they wanted with it. On that basis to make it sell. But I've since heard that that's also a load of bullshit, that was being touted by the series dub director. Yeah, so it turns out that it was a notoriously bad director from ADV Films and Sentai Filmworks that I really have never liked. What is it, like Steven something? Not, yeah, is it Stephen Foster? Something like that. He's done some really dub work in the past, and it must have been his ego at a time, and he started to tell everyone that story to justify them essentially just making it a big abridged series and calling it a dub. So that's the problem with Ghost Stories, is that even if you find it funny, it's not a dub. It's not an official dub. It's literally just that, an expensive abridged series. Well, there's a lot of dubs that are great, but in this particular one, the whole point of Ghost Stories is they literally made it like jokes on top of jokes and everything. And it is kind of funny, I will admit, but yeah, if people want to do like more abridged stuff, that's fine, but you can't say you gave Ghost Stories a dub. That's not a real dub. That's all. Just like, by definition, that is not a dub. It is an abridged series. So, in the strictest sense, it's not really possible to go somewhere truly without gravity. In situations where you're floating in what we usually think of as zero gravity, it just means some other force is canceling out its effects. For example, even in outer space, light things will still be pulled in towards heavier things. Based on what we saw, I think we'd be able to fall towards the oasis's landmass if we made it up that high. However, Habitrot's flight ability only lets her alleviate the force of attraction being exerted by the land she's currently standing on, so she can't float above ground unless she's touched that ground at least once. I see. So for her to fly above that oasis in the sky, she would first have to fall towards it and splat herself on its ground. Did you really have to put it that way? Also, I can totally float once I get near the ground, so I might still be able to save myself at the last second. If we compare Habitrot's floating ability to her rate of descent... No, never mind. May I ask you all, what would be the heaviest object you're aware of in your vicinity? Oh, that's easy. Earth. It's got an approximate mass of 6 sextillion tons. With numbers like that, it's no wonder airplanes still fall towards the ground no matter how far away they get from it. But here, we can escape the pull of Earth's gravity if we can get 400 meters above the ground, right? I know we said that was dangerous earlier, but couldn't it also help us get closer to the oases? Only if we had a way to navigate those strong winds. Neither Habitrot nor I can do that. There's a weird anime movie that's talking about, like, a Miku who can't sing. I don't really understand exactly what that's all about yet, but I have heard of it. So we should stick to the ground and look for a safer way up to the oases from here. Even with that giant creature we still know nothing about roaming around? There's no question it's dangerous, but it's also our only option. Fortunately, we have Nitocris, Queen of the Desert, here to help. Getting a bad feeling. As I've told you twice now, I can't fly in these conditions. As a pharaoh, you can trust that I'm telling you the truth. So I'm in the same boat as the rest of you. Now, can we discuss this like adults? Happily getting ready to head back outside. Can't we at least draw lots to choose who leads the way? Isn't Caldea's approach all about fairness, my ally? What, she doesn't want to leave the tent? Is that what you're saying? I don't get it. Please set Mashu as a starting member. This quest, you can organize a party with up to 3 servants from your own roster. Yeah. So I have to use Nito Crease. Here you go. I have to... Well, what are the supports available here? I'm not going to use them. Fuck no. Oh, I don't have a choice. I have to use Habitrot or Da Vinci anyway. Oh, right, because we can't summon other servants. I'm going to do Leonardo. Give you the Buster card. And give you the Arts card. Hope to God I survive. They almost had a human sacrifice, they just didn't do it yet. Or rather, we rescued the people who were gonna be sacrificed. I don't know if you saw a previous stream, Steven. Maybe you did. There's only 2 of you bastards. Might as well just kill you off here. What about Leonidas? Oh, poor Mashu, you couldn't even kill him. Oh, you hate the gender bends. Yeah, we're definitely on different turfs there. For I love them! As long as the character's cool looking. What the flippity fuck? Why did she randomly get paralyzed right when I need... Well, actually, I guess not. Ugh. Okay, what's going on? So you're NP sealed, you're immobile. What the fuck? Everybody focus on me. Humma humma. Humma 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 humma. Okay, so now they're stunned. And Nito Crease isn't. Would you stop this game? I don't know how to deal with that. Wild pain in the ass. Oh, it's a snake that steals all my buffs like a little prick stain. Aye. Oh, we instantly deathed the thing. I didn't know that could happen. Oh, it's just another one? Weird. Oh, what is this? Increase MP strength, increases MP gauge, and charge by 1 on using 1 on all allies? What? I did jack shit. Alright. Okay. Stop slapping me. How? She's just gonna be NPC'd the entire fight? That's bullshit, man. Didn't we already have the oh no, that's New Year's servant, not anniversary servant. When is the anniversary then? Hey, Da Vinci can finally do her damn NP. Who'd have thought? Okay. Okay. Run over that bastard. Now, the question is this an AoE? Of course it is, god damn it. Well, thank god we have the guts. But he's still gonna hit me. Nah, guts don't mean oh, she's still alive. We might just win this then. Alright. Bum ba da bum 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 bum. Yay. That was an annoying ass fight. It's like the worst roundup of cards ever. But I'll take it. A win is a win. We're done. Aish, these underworlds are killing me. They're killing me. How many times is she gonna have to do this? They don't stop. There, you see? These desert insects are no trouble at all. Song Odysseus? What? Epic the musical? No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Saskia. There are just a lot more of them than I thought there would be, but I can still keep going. Please stop, you've more than earned a break. But we're almost to the oasis. And we have to find a way up there before that giant demonic beast spots us. So wait, are we flying or not? How can we even get up to the oasis if she can't fly? I'm so confused. And are we fighting in midair if so? You're one seriously hard worker, huh, Nitocris? I get it, I do, but you need to rest when you can. You still have Lord Medjed's cloth, right? Now that we're in a safe area, why not use it? Otherwise, it's just gonna go to waste. Absolutely not. One does not just casually call upon Lord Medjed's protection whenever it's convenient. It is only acceptable in times of great danger or great opportunity. Otherwise, it would be the height of insolence. Aw. Nitocris, please, you have to rest. All these battles are taking a toll on you. No, as long as we can count on Sarah's summoning, or can't. I have to step up to fill the gap. I was the very first servant summoned to help with the challenges you face in this Lostbelt. And I was still unable to protect the border. I suffered a shameful defeat at Tlaloc's hands, and I couldn't even take part in the mission to Mexico City at all. I need to be useful, or I'll have been chosen for nothing. If I give up now, I'll never be able to face with the other 3 servants who were thrown out into Miklan while they were still being summoned. Hey, I get how you feel, but none of that was your fault, right? And you're way more helpful than those servants because they're stuck hanging out where they are in their respective underworlds. Really, if it's anyone's fault, it's that thing that attacked the storm border when we first got here. If that pillar of light thingy hadn't knocked the border out of the sky, we wouldn't have had Protea and Benny Enma fighting alongside us this whole time. Pillar of light? This is the first I'm hearing of it. In fact, I've never heard the story of how the border crashed either. What in the world could have? No, what sort of violence could have possibly destroyed such a wonderful ship? Oh right, I'd almost forgotten about that. Okay, so that's what they don't know. Was that something that was in the dream? So Ritsuka dreamed it was frickin' Kukulcan. Kukulcan. So Daybit, Tezcatlipoca, the foreign god, and Ort aren't our only enemies. We also have to worry about that pillar of light that almost split the border in half as soon as it popped up from under the ground. So we have to figure out exactly what it is, and how we can handle it if it shows up again. Wow, that, happened to you guys, huh? Gosh, I, had no idea. But, you only saw that light giant once on the surface, right? If it, hasn't shown up again since, then maybe you'll just never see it again? Oh. Kukulcan? Wait, did you just say... Never mind that now. That enormous creature is back, and it apparently brought sandworms with it. God damn it, not more. Lord Medjed's protection won't be of any use against those. They rely on vibrations to detect their prey. Then we'll have to get rid of them before that giant shows up. Sarah, Tepeo, you two stay back with Nitocris. As soon as Mashu, Kukulcan, and I finish taking care of the sandworms, we'll all take shelter under Nitocris' cloth. Got it? She's right. I'm too exhausted to handle even a single sandworm. If I were to lose and make trouble for everyone again, like I did against Tlaloc, then... No, we don't got it. What are you getting so sheepish for, Nitocris? You were the queen of a great nation, right? Are you really gonna let a defeat or two undo you? Is that all the people of proper human history are made of? Don't be afraid to listen to your heart or say how you really feel. Besides, you still haven't defeated 100 sandworms. Right, yes, of course. I don't need you to tell me that. Come on, Kukulcan. These sandworms are no threat. I'll defeat them and the giant all at once. Are you gonna help? Of course I know who Batman is. This is gonna be a bitch, I think. Did Chaldea summon 4 servants? I guess? I don't remember. I do not remember. Oh, what a pain in the ass. Well, since there's 3 of them, I'll at least do this. Make them disappear. Batman get in the new movie? I heard there was a Penguin movie. I don't remember. Well, we never met them. That's the problem. I think the border got attacked before they could tell us. So whenever there is a servant, we have to meet them, like, in the Underworld, probably. It's actually been a while since they put Kukulcan in our freaking party. Oh, a Batman anime movie. Oh, okay. No, I did not know of this. Hopefully this thing's gonna fuck him up. It did okay. It's the beam! Wow, that was a good crit. Crit to the face, and now you're dead. That looks familiar, don't it? Wasn't that frickin' Kukulcan's leg? Suspicious. She still won't let us use her NP, goddammit. How did we get the up from that? Damn, I thought that was going to take more damage than it did. Oh man. Wait, was Epic of Remnant really before Solomon? I thought it happened afterward.
了解。一歩前に。はあ、これでフル回転。バーニア突撃します。たあ髪乱れてるね。キラキラしてる。ああ、とても楽しかったとも。オッケー。いい、ナイス。芸術とは輝くものさ。鋭く冷たくマヤパンパーチ。
No, I've not seen Pokemon Horizons. Yay! That was annoying. Mayapan Punchy. Bam! Huh? What the? Wow. Did we actually beat it? You beat one leg. Looks like it, except we only defeated its leg. Maybe that leg was the whole creature? Or an illusion created by that sandstorm? No, it was far too substantial for that. It was a real creature with a physical body. That much I'm sure of. My leg! Mashu, Sarah, have you ever seen anything like the leg anywhere else? Summer swimsuits? Yes, exactly then. How bizarre. I do still have questions, but it's wonderful to see that our two biggest threats are gone. That mysterious giant creature of unknown origin and the strong winds that suddenly stopped are no longer an issue. Now we can cross this underworld without any further concern. Well, apart from securing water for Sarah. Even after the yellow cucumber, I can feel my mind beginning to slow down. Let's hurry to the oasis. Good point. Hang on. Is someone collapsed over there? What is that thing? I've never seen anything like it before. It's fluffy, but also smooth and shiny. Oh, don't worry, it's almost completely harmless. That much I can say for sure. There's another Danos here? Let's take a closer look. Mushroom head? What the hell? That's not a Danos, that's a human! And he's not wearing a mask, so he's not an ocelotl. Though he is dressed kinda weird. That language, you're from proper human history, aren't you? Talk about ice water in hell. Speaking of water, could you spare me some? I know something that will be worth your while. Oh no, he's so weak he could die at any moment. Master, would it be okay if we gave him some of your water? Of course. Of course. Oh my god! What the flippity floopity flew? Whoa, this isn't the Greek guy, right? No. Apollo? Yeah. Wait. Why do you not stream FGO JP? Because I don't play FGO JP. Well... yeah. Thank you, I feel much better now. I would have to start the game from scratch. That would be a bitch. One day I will repay the water you've given me. Although, from the looks of you, I take it water is the least of your concerns right now. Same for me. Then why did you want it? But I bring you good news. Now that I have met you all, I see genuine hope for world peace. What do you think the third story arc will be about? I have no clue, man. I have no clue. Because I don't know how this ends. Like I said, I haven't done JP stuff. So this would be a complete blindside for me to know how this all ends. If it does at all. I don't even have a beginning of a guess. Not even close. Like, the ordeal call stuff looks kind of crazy. So I don't know what would come after that. I'm certainly not about to let this chance pass me by. May I ask your names? I promise I won't misuse them. A concept of a guess? Not really a guess so much as, like, an educated wish. maybe something more specific with the clock tower itself. They're like, instead of Chaldea, we hang out in the clock tower a bit more, maybe. Return of Director. Altar warning. Follow up on altar warning? I don't know what that means. Okay. Why don't you go first, leader? Well... See your jump for joy, Sarah. I feel like I've heard that name before, minus the descriptor, of course. That's my little contribution. And your boar piglet Mashu, light-reflecting Tepeo, precocious Da Vinci, wind-up Habitrod, hapless Nito Crease, and I don't know what to make of you, Kukulcan. So, 5 out of 7 of you are combatants. Does this mean it's finally time to save the world? Boar piglet? As in those adorable little creatures? I'm honored, but why boar piglet? I'm fairly sure I'm not wearing boar fur or anything like that. Wouldn't it be cool if we could tackle the labyrinth of callback Alcatraz? Or Alcatraz, I can't remember his name. But that one weird Dead Apostle thing that has this crazy labyrinth. I don't really know what the hell that actually is. So that would be cool. Very little is given development to it. Just going off first impressions, really. No deeper meaning in any of it. So where are you all off to next? Going to the 5th stratum or down to the 7th? Before we tell you anything more about ourselves, I'd like to hear your name, and why you were collapsed out here. I mean, just look at how obviously shady he is. I can't tell you my name. It would only make trouble for you if I did. But I can tell you why I collapsed. I used to be this Underworld's caretaker. It was my job to cultivate it. Then one day I woke up surrounded by light, and this certain self-centered goddess ordered me to turn this desert into a veritable paradise filled with flowers and sheep. That's just unreasonable, isn't it? Don't you feel sorry for me? Of course you do. Still, I'm a very good caretaker, so I set about fulfilling her demand. I grew flowers all over the desert, and to substitute for sheep, since Miklan doesn't have any, I fed the sandworms until they grew nice and large. Bruh, we've been killing your herd. Thinning the herd. So you're the one responsible for those. Does my agricultural acumen surprise you? Me too, actually. So we're even there. That aside. For a while, things went well enough. Life was slow here in the Underworld. But then... I heard a loud flapping of wings and looked to see a very suspicious Batman flying this way. Not again! Kamazots. I'm sorry, I don't recall his name. There's very little space in my mind for men's names. I appreciate it, buddy. I feel ya. I do remember that this Batman had a very friendly laugh. This and that. What are you, Tigger? Then he spoke to the self-centered goddess, and she transformed into a really scary goddess. Yep, alright. You want to know what made her scary? Well, she wasted not a second before attacking everything around her, the Batman included. It was so bad, the Batman got irritated and flew off. You see? Terrible goddess. So she even gave Kamazot's trouble, and he's the greatest symbol of fear in Miklan. Not at all. Or that's not all. The scary goddess then drained all the magical energy out of the flowers I'd worked so hard to grow, and turned this place back into a desert. So... Then she made the heavenly Echo Shrine, and began using storms to rule over this underworld. So does that mean she made the anti-gravity zone up in the sky, too? Yes, ma'am. The storm around here disappeared when you defeated the 7th Echo Shrine. Sorry, the Heavenly Echo Shrine. Why did I say that? If not for that, we wouldn't be having this conversation, and that concludes my explanation. I guess that was pretty complicated for you, huh? Want me to summarize? It'll cost extra, though. No, that's okay. Now we know that this scary goddess is this underworld's guardian, and that the shrine she made is what's causing the sandstorms. So are you one of the goddess's attendants, then? If you were able to turn a desert into a flower field, you must be very knowledgeable and have extraordinary magical energy. Attendant, that sounds so nice. Attendants at least get the carrot. I, on the other hand, only get the stick. Are there no labor laws in the underworld? Labor laws? What a wonderful idea to bring to her. You chosen heroes really are different, aren't you? Now let me get another look at you. Would you tell me where you came from, and what your purpose is? What is your quest? I still don't fully trust you, but I guess we're not going to get any further unless we talk. We're from Chaldea. You're a heroic spirit from proper human history, right? Then you should know why we're here. Right now, we're headed to the 7th stratum along with Master Sarah. The sandstorm was giving us a lot of trouble, but now that it's gone, we're just about to try and reach that oasis. I knew it. The only thing that looked like to me is Alexandre Dumas, but I don't actually... That's not him. You can't say he's him. What is my favorite Pokemon? It's Pikachu! Fuck! No, Pikachu's cool. I think Pikachu, probably. I've always liked that. Wasn't the sheep from Fate Grand Carnival just frickin' Apollo? Doomzid? I forgot who that even is. Oh, shame on me. Oh, Ereshkigal had her own sheep. Isn't Doomzid or whatever, like... Who is the one that was supposed to be, like, her husband or whatever? Okay, it is... Ishtar's husband? I didn't know Ishtar had a husband. I thought it was Ereshkigal's husband. Anyway, okay. You'll think you'll find an exit at the Oasis, but I'm afraid you're mistaken. Nobody who enters this underworld can ever leave, and any who reach that Oasis will be even more trapped here. You're very lucky to have met me before you headed there. Please follow me. I won't let your precious combatants throw their lives away. What do you mean by that? No, that's not important right now. What's important is my safety, and all of your safety, which guarantees my safety. From the Oasis, she can see us down there. She'll know you're intruders now that you've destroyed her shrine, too. So we need to get moving. There's a cavern I made in secret. We'll head there. This way, I promise you. It's very pleasant for a cavern. Yes? Hold up, I just saw something I recognize on your back. We do see a lot of backs over the course of our lives. The back of a childhood friend moving to the big city. The back of a lover breaking up and moving out of your shared home. They're both beautiful backs to watch as they leave. But if human backs have one thing in common, it's that they all look like human backs, so it's no wonder mine is familiar. I don't remember that particular aspect of Kukulcan. Weird. Because doesn't Kukulcan, like, belong to frickin' Ishtar, or whatever? No, I'm pretty sure that was Doomzid. Doom song. We're gonna sing the Doom Doom song now. Doom 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 doom. How do you know that name? I must say I don't care for this prying detective act. Everyone has dirty laundry if you look hard enough, especially when your clothes are made of wool. Dirty laundry? Are you sure you didn't mean bad credit? So you finally shown yourself, Doomzid. I'm picking up a magical energy signal overload. It's an A rank plus spirit origin. A divine spirit. Ooh, nice skirt. Very cute. Are those intruders who destroyed my shrine? The intruders. You should be honored. Most intruders aren't lucky enough to have the goddess of the underworld herself squash them under her heel. Oh, and of course, I'll be squashing you too, sheep god. Nice try with your obvious little rebellious act. You should have stuck with what you know. Did you really expect kindness and forgiveness from me? Unfortunately for you, I'm not Ereshkigal anymore. I'm Ninkigal, the true, cruel, cold-hearted, lascivious goddess of the underworld. All who enter my garden become my property. Now prepare to be captured for use as slave labor. Slave labor? Oh no. Have you seen the movie Fate? Which one? I knew it! That's a Reshkigal! Huh? I expected them to be rattled. Maybe they didn't hear my introduction? So you're the human and heroic spirits from proper human history. I've never seen any of you in my life. Very well, intruders. I shall introduce myself once more. I am Ninkigal, goddess of the underworld. I am the Sumerian deity, and I have taken charge of this third underworld for very good reasons. Fear me, revere me. My underworld is fair. All who enter are equal, for all become my slaves. Do as you're told and I'll spare your lives. Defy me and I will grind you into fertilizer and use you to enrich the soil. This pressure. It's definitely the real Ereshkigal. Her spirit origin pattern perfectly matches the one on Chaldea's spirit origin graph. She must be the fourth and final heroic spirit that was summoned on the border. Only she's been turned into an altar, like King Protea and Benienma. Sarah, try calling out to her. That she looks the way she does means she must be the same Ereshkigal who fought in Babylonia. First, we need to find out if she still remembers you, and if she understands why Chaldea summoned her. If we're lucky and things work out, we might be able to resolve this whole thing peacefully. Got it! Hey! Long time no see! Stop that! Why are you waving at me like we're friends? I told you I've never seen any of you before. Now listen to me, will you? I said nobody gets special treatment. It really is the Ereshkigal we know. I'd recognize that inability to hide her true affection anywhere. Gosh, doesn't this remind you of Uruk-senpai? I told you my name's Ninkigal! Ugh, you still don't have any idea when someone's being mean to you, do you? I think she realizes what she just admitted. Not to worry, everyone. That's just Ereshkigal altar. She's going by her old name to match her new evil self. But she's still the same poor goddess she's always been. Only now she's got a command spell tying her to this place and commanding her to be the ideal ruler of the underworld. So Camazotz used a command spell to make her a guardian of this underworld, like he did with the other two. Oh, but wait, we don't have Rasputin with us anymore. Isn't he the only one who can undo an alterization? I don't know this Rasputin, but it doesn't matter what kind of servant he is. My oath will never change. Do you know what Miklan's bat told me? He said I should become who I've always wanted to be. Well, that's who I am now, Ninkigal, the truly perfect goddess. I'll never be envious of the heavens. I'll never be jealous of Ishtar. No siree. Here I'm the invincible goddess of the underworld who's never made a mistake and never tasted defeat. That's the command spell I cast on myself. And my pride won't change it for anyone. So are you saying you allowed yourself to become an alter, Ereshkigal? Yes, that's right. Once I fell to Miklan and saw this state of the underworld, I knew I had found my calling. I watched the end of the Age of Gods all by myself in the Sumerian underworld, so I know without a doubt that nothing and no one can stop this world from coming to an end either. And when the world is ending, might is the only right there is. Kindness and forgiveness are of no use here. A true goddess coldly and mercilessly exploits her followers, right? So I made this third underworld into a world where everyone obeys its god forever and ever. Here, everyone worships me, and everyone toils away every day to mine gemstones for my tribute. Here I am the one and only god, and my power is absolute. All other divine and heroic spirits are forbidden from entering. This way, even if things go wrong in all the other strata, my little corner of the underworld here will remain completely peaceful and prosperous, right? I can't believe I'm seeing a god of Sumer promote monotheism. How embarrassing. As you can see, Ereshkigal has become so competitive with Ishtar that she's wound up thinking just like her. So I take it you all understand what it is I'd like you to do, yes? I still don't get why she got rid of those flowers, but sure. I know I'm kind of an outsider here, so I don't have any right to speak on your relationships. But am I right in understanding that Camazotz has set that girl over there down an evil path? She's long since reached the end of that path by now, but yes, that's right. Now why don't we show her that violence always loses out to an even greater violence together? So, you're a god, and you're actually from Miklan. Not only do you not have anyone worshipping you, you don't even have anything worth protecting. Okay. Ascension! Do you really think a pathetic, phony goddess like you could ever defeat me? Fine then, I'll show you the authority of a god who's overseen the birth of a real civilization. Get ready, Sarah. It's time for you to learn firsthand how mighty and awesome the goddess of the underworld really is. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just go with this again because it's all I have. It's all I have to choose from.
Ninkigal is a nincompoop.
Tenguya.
Ninkigaru.
Yes, it is Blood Sea. Is it Colors of the Heart? Yeah, I read what you said for Federico. Federico. It's just kind of stuck in my head. I'm glad you were able to figure that out. What the flippity fuck? Am I gonna survive this? Well, someone survived it. Hey, we all survived it. Okay. Except for you. Are you done stomping? Jesus. Oh, you're keeping everything going. Oh, shit. Okay. I don't even know how to respond to this utter chaos. I don't even know, man. Oh, and now she's invincible. God damn it. Am I really supposed to win this fight? Because it's not gonna happen. I'm just waiting for everyone except Kukulcan to die. Kukulcan. I don't know how to say goddammit in German. So how many turns do I have to burn through this? Oh wait, I wasn't supposed to do that. I'm about to kill her. Whoopsie. Whatever, man. I don't even know what I'm doing. For some reason, Foe wanted to stay the fuck out of this entirely. I forgot why. I know, they should have told us, like, match over, like, ages ago now. Okay, you have to wait until they all die, but Cuckoo. That was a weird waste of time. What the hell is happening? Ah, Tepeo, look out! It's taking everything I've got just to hold back one of those legs. Oh man, this is nuts. Those legs are freaking huge, and there's no damn way. Ah! So damn many. Oh man, we've got nowhere to run. We can't even fight back. Is this what fighting the demon god pillars was like? I forgot where the fuck Foe is. Compared to caring for Lord Ozymandias' Sphinx, this is no big deal at... If someone can remember, that would help. See? I told you I went out of my way to trample you personally. He's on the surface of Pangaea outside Miklan? Really? Okay. This is my boundless gorge. The heavenly echo shrine Ishtar used Kukulcan as divine beast. Oh, sorry. 2 separate sentences. Ishtar used Kukulcan as a divine beast. I don't need a divine beast that only goes around wreaking havoc, though. Terrible use of resources. No, all I need for my shrine are its legs, and as you can see... For the cost of a single Kukulcan, I can command a bunch of its legs at once. I mean, that does make sense. Yes, Foe was indeed a beast, but he gave up his beastly right to save Mashu. And that's when Koyanskaya went up to take that same beast seat. This is terrible. What happened to your kind heart? Ouch. We're completely outmatched, aren't we? I never even thought she would gather every Kukulcan in the Underworld in one place. It seems we're surrounded by leg walls. Looks like we'll have to try our luck again some other time. Don't give up. The only thing I can do for you now is pray for your success. Doomazid out! Alright, so Doomazid is the full-on golden sheep thing. Apollo is the little plushie being held by... What's-his-face from the Trojan War? What is the boy's name? The dude who shot the arrow that killed Achilles. Why can't I think of his name? I know one of you guys knows. Paris! Right, it was little Paris holding a plushie Apollo thing. And this is Doomsday. Okay, okay. I completely forgot that those were separate characters. Doomsday, you bitch! Get back here! Damn, he got away. Uragiri mono. If he's not pilfering my magical energy reserves, he's fanning the flames of dissent among my followers. But never mind him for now. His punishment can wait. It's over, Sarah. There's no escaping my Kukulcan walls. But don't worry. Once I capture you, I'm going to be nice and make you my permanent, personal divine gemstone artisan. As in, I make the gemstones? You know, you could have just trapped me forever with your own leg walls. Woo-woo. Wouldn't need Kukulcan for that shit. Catch later, Urza. Ezra, sorry. Thinking like Urza Scarlet. Yeah, well, don't talk to me about colors. I'm terrible with them. I'm actually partially colorblind. What a horrific ordeal. Where are we now? Is this the oasis? Yes, it is. I don't know what's going to happen to us when those legs sent us flying, but it seems we're still alive, at least for the time being. I guess we were captured after Kukulcan's legs knocked us out. Yup, this must be one of Ereshkigal's spear cages. If we were in top form, we could probably destroy it, but I doubt we could manage that right now. We did take a hell of a beating. I'm so bruised I can barely move. I wonder what'll happen to us now. Are we really gonna be forced to toil away in slavery to Ereshkigal? Of course you are. What do you think the Underworld is for? All of you are now residents of the Underworld, and you're going to work for me for all of eternity. From now on, your schedule will consist of breakfast, work, mining ore, lunch, work, mining ore, dinner, work, extracting magical energy, and sleep. Oh, none of that involves transferring magical energy, I see. That's rather oppressive. You're going to keep that cycle going until you've stored up as much magical energy as you possibly can, and don't expect any days off either. Oh man, that sounds way worse than death. So you really did capture us just to put us to work. Are you really so eager to puff yourself up? Not even Ishtar would go this far. On second thought, never mind. Let's try this another way. You said you made an oath to yourself that you would be the ideal goddess to rule the underworld. Does that mean you need to build up a ton of magical energy to rule the underworld properly? Not really. I just want to make my slaves work as much as possible, like they did in Egypt with the pyramids. That is not remotely accurate. The pyramid's construction was a strictly above-board affair, conducted entirely in line with good labor laws. I somehow don't believe you, Nitocris. All the slaves were paid salaries, given regular breaks, and offered free beer at the end of the day. Our welfare system was absolutely perfect. And yet you still called them slaves. We would never accomplish such a great feat if not for our proper standards for labor laws. I don't know how long I plan to stream till. Usually till Ari-chan gets home. I don't know what's driving you, Ninkigal, but you're going about this in entirely the wrong way. They're still slaves, though. Is this how Sumeria's gods conduct themselves? Hey! Sumer had good labor laws, too. Even in my underworld, I was the only one who ever did any actual work. No, never mind that. This is Miklan's third underworld, not Sumer. You're the one who doesn't get it, Nitocris. How long are you planning to protect this shell of yourself? You still don't understand why you were really called here. That was clear to me in our battle earlier. What do you mean by that? You're a queen of the underworld, too. You should be able to exert every bit as much of authority here as I do. Not only did you fail to do so, you did not even try to challenge me for dominance. If you had been summoned to your own land, your own nation, then I could understand trying to maintain the image you cultivated during your life. But this is a foreign land, and a battle for all of humanity. You're supposed to be protecting the future, not your past self. I see. You're saying I'm putting myself first? Because I haven't allowed myself to be altered like you have? Alterization is just a means to an end. The question you should be asking yourself is, what can I do? Well, you're certainly not helping, Ninkigal. When I was still alive, my dream was to have an underworld covered in flowers as far as the eye could see. And of course I made it happen, since Miklan has just as much atmospheric magical energy as the Age of Gods. But it wasn't good enough. This isn't a Holy Grail war. My own dreams are secondary at best. So I gave up my field of flowers. I even gave up my right to return to Chaldea. All to become the strongest goddess in this underworld. Well, when she's talking about making flowers in the underworld, she's talking about this particular one and not her own at home. That's the role I was meant to play. It's what I'm most proud of as a goddess people once believed in. Anyway, on a different subject, where's Sarah, Mashu? Probably hiding beneath your shield, right? Well, tell her to come out, I won't bite. Huh? I'm sorry, but Master isn't here. Didn't you notice? She pulled off a brilliant escape during our battle. What? That's impossible! How could she have possibly escaped my shrine? I'm very sneaky, sir. Good thing we managed to make it out of here. We're lucky this cavern was so close by. I even managed to get a fire going in the remnants of an old fire. What? That's weird. I wonder who could have been living here. I'm guessing this is Doomazid's hideout. More importantly, thanks for the rescue. Oh no, you weren't the only one who helped me there. That was some great timing. Oh wait, sorry. You were the one who helped me there. That was some great thinking. If you hadn't pointed out that third and fourth legs were moving at different speeds, creating a gap between them, then I never would have thought to scoop you up and jump through that opening to escape. We're alive now thanks to the thigh gap. I have to say, though, it was pretty thrilling. A narrow escape as a hoof the size of a building tried to crush us. I bet. I'm sorry for making you hold back. Huh? Not for asking so much of you. Don't be silly, I'm not holding back at all. I haven't been any help at all, have I? I really thought I'd be able to do more, but now there are all these things tying my hands. So much for Kukulcan, the free-spirited wind. I wish I could apologize to Quetzalcoatl. She seems lonely. It's true, you are a lot weaker than you seemed at first. And that's because you're holding back. You haven't used your noble phantasm. Huh? What are you talking about? I always go all out with everything I do. I've never pushed myself too hard, set limits on myself, or held back. I only ever do what I want, yes. You approached us because you were interested in us, right? But now you're putting up walls because you feel like you shouldn't get too close to us, aren't you? You could tell? You're not exactly hard to read. Please, let that wall come down. It's okay, I won't be mad. But are you sure you can trust me like that? I mean, I'm the god of a Lostbelt, and you're a human, and one from proper human history at that. Wouldn't it be way more likely that I'm just pretending to be kind to you to get an opportunity to kill you? You'd never do that. I can see from your smile that you really mean it, but how can you tell I'm not a bad god? You're essentially the same god as Quetzalcoatl. That tells me all I need to know. I guess you've got me there. Okay, I got it. No more secrets. Time to reveal who I really am and rescue everybody. But if I really should be doing whatever I want, then I'd kind of like you to return the favor. You know that handy thing you do with servants, where you form a bond with them to feed them magical energy? I'd like to use that so I can pull off some cool techniques. So, would you? I'm not a master right now, but of course I will. All right, I'm feeling great. Just leave it all to me, Master. I don't care how many legs Kukulcan has got. I'll beat them all with just one hit. People used to imply that this was like a sex scene. Unfortunately, no. I wish. Reedsgood can't even give mana right now. At least, in that particular way. Good, you're done talking. I have to say, seeing cultural exchange in action never fails to warm my heart. We would have had an audience had we done so. Good day, hello, how do you do, and salutations. It's me, your local golden sheep and sleep device, Dumazid. It looks like we're finally about to witness a real battle between goddesses. Way to go, Sarah. Would you object terribly to me using that sweet line you just gave as my own work? To the whole world, of course. Try it and I'll pluck out all that golden wool by hand. That's a shame, but of course I was only joking. I'll just go ahead and seal the data from that recording into your next gift box. More importantly, I'm concerned about the others. We should go rescue them immediately. Sooner, even. Kukulcan, if you can defeat Ereshkigal, that will solve everything. In her mind, the ideal ruler has never tasted defeat, as she put it. If she does, then she's no longer, by her definition, ideal. That will invalidate the oath, that is, the command spell she cast on herself. And if that happens, are you picking up what I'm putting down? Ereshkigal will go back to normal! Exactly. Now please get on my back, Shining Sarah. The key to our victory is defeating the third Underworld's guardian without destroying the Underworld itself. Fair enough. Ugh. And is this the fight against her? Flying through the sky. Bravo! You're the very picture of health and inner refreshment. Like the explosive power of a girl skipping rope. What? You make me want to save the world by your side, and that's no small feat. What a weirdo. What a weird naked sheep, man. Alright, we made it through the anti-gravity zone without a hitch. I hope you're ready, because we'll soon be at the oasis. Unfortunately, after I drop off Sarah, I'm gonna have to retreat to a safer area. Posse! I'm just so sorry I won't be able to see how the battle unfolds. Okay, 3, 2, 1, good luck! Posse! Ah, he was being literal about dropping us off? Are you okay, Sarah? Do you need help? I'm fine, I can manage. Got my own landing techniques. They just break my kneecaps is all. Wow, you really are a seasoned master, aren't you? Okay then, in that case. Ooh, she's glowing, and she's gonna ascend into an outfit I don't like as much. It's not bad. It looks kind of plug suitish. Actually, it looks kind of like what Steel Angel Kurumi wears, at least with the weird shoulder pad things. I'm going to fight with my true style, out of respect for the goddess of proper human history. Yikes, that outfit is barely there. You know, I find it funny because, in all the ways that count to me, she was less exposed before. People always think like, oh, bodysuits, because they fit the body, sure, but they are covered up more than they were before. You think? I find it to be very useful. A very useful spacesuit. You think? I find it to be a very useful spacesuit myself. Oh well, I'll just have to show you how strong I am in this outfit then. Okay, Ninkigal, it's go time. Your illegal, immoral, exploitative construction project ends now. There, a perfect landing. Now, we challenge you to a rematch, invincible goddess. Oh, I know you did not just drop out of the sky into a rolling landing. Knock that stuff off. You'll give me a heart attack. Anyway, you want a rematch? What can a mage who can't even summon a single servant hope to accomplish against... Ah, I see. So that goddess is your last resort, is she? Fine. She's 1,000 times better than a certain cowardly sheep. She shows a lot of ass in that first ascension, for sure. And now, even if that ass is still the same shape, it does have cloth over it, technically speaking. Out of respect for your foolhardy bravery, I accept your challenge. Come, my boundless gorge, heavenly echo shrine. If you really think you can get past my six-legged divine beast, go ahead and try. Now we get to see the noble phantasm. In her first ascension, it's bare ass. On the second one, I'll have to take another look. A good look. A very in-depth look. I mean, we see her thighs, and we see the sides of her. She's gonna be way more powerful if I can get some crit stars, so let's go bingity-bingity-bing. And then the next turn we'll beat the shit out of this stuff. Oh, we don't want to use our Noble Phantasm now anyway. Alrighty. So, we've got some stars to work with. And that'll make her stronger. What is this skill other than increasing the MP? What else does it do? Stuff like sure hit and critical stars. Alright, well we don't need that yet. Apply invincible and increase buster card effectiveness. I'm assuming she's a buster NP. So let's give that a shot. Don't use her NP till after you break a Reshikigal's first bar. Don't! Okay. Fine. I thought I could just get it back, though, with my next skill. Whatever. Should I go for triple buster? I think I will. Okay, well it worked. I didn't need the NP anyway, is the important part. And then I can use NPs twice to finish off each of the other bars. So you're right. Special resist up. What did you just put on, you cheater? At least I'm invincible!
You can't do anything to me!
What is this special resistance of yours, you cheater? Gain resistance to all attacks, so, well, I'm gonna kill all your Kukulcan, presumably with an AoE here, so that's a good idea. I'm gonna do another triple buster. Let's see your NP. I wonder if her NP looks the same, whether she's got First Ascension or not. I would imagine it's so, because she transforms into a big giant. Big giant. Honky punch! Third Ascension is different. I hate when that happens. Because then I feel like I'm being punished for using one of the sexier Ascensions in the bottom tier. Well, fourth stage Ascension, sure, will unlock it, but I don't know. Alright, well, you're clearly dead now, so... But I want her first ascension, but when it comes to the NP, I want the NP to look fancy. Let me see here. Kukulcan, NP, FGO, and then check out a video. There's the one. Just take a look at this real quick. Yeah, it's exactly as I feared. She gets the nice portrait, but it's only for her third Ascension Noble Phantasm. I hate when they do that. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I want the portrait to be on at all times. Ugh. No, I won't deal with it. Or I have to, but I'm gonna do it angrily. Are you freaking kidding me? Hey, I got it back. Just for beating her to a pulp. My third command spell is back! Right! This is no time to be standing around gawking! Kukulcan's Noble Phantasm just obliterated Gugalana, but it was also the same attack that... Yep, that was the giant karate chop that swatted the storm border out of the sky. I knew it. The attack came from Miklan, from Kukulcan, the king of this Lostbelt. So that's what that was! But why do you look so happy about that, Da Vinci? I'm just glad I turned out to be right on the money. Oh my, so the one responsible for destroying the storm border, seriously harming Captain Nemo, and subjecting you all to unprecedentedly dangerous circumstances was Kukulcan? On behalf of all Danos, I am so terribly sorry for all the trouble our god has caused you. I promise you, we will all discuss what to do with her when we get the chance. Personally, I think that she should spend a century in the 9th stratum thinking about what she's done. Like we have that power. Hold on, Tepeo! I had a good reason for attacking them back then. Okay, and now that we can see her, that is a very fine ass. So we get ass in both ones. That is pretty good. If you're a butt lover, then this is an ascension for you. If you're a midriff lover, not as much. Her hair is very pretty. And I like how ferocious she is. I'm Miklan's guardian, remember? I saw an opportunity to get rid of Chaldea on the surface before they could excise our Lostbelt, so I decided to take it. So now why exactly is she helping us now? Because she thinks it would be interesting? And what's interesting is more fun and prioritized to her than what we should be doing? So she actually is our enemy. I can't believe we survived that. No wait, that came out wrong. Back then, I thought you would refuse to hear me out, just like Daebit Sem Void. There we go. But things are different now, and I know you don't mean us any harm. Even though we're all gonna die! That said, yes, I am responsible for nearly destroying the border. As an apology clearly isn't enough. So, if there weren't humans in this Lostbelt prior to Daebit and shit coming along, did she always used to look like a humanoid in this Lostbelt? I wonder. I wonder. And... If you decide you want to fight because I'm your enemy, or you want me to pay damages, I'll understand. Fight you? I definitely don't like that idea. Honestly, after what went down in Mexico City, I already had my suspicions that you were the giant. So I don't see this as binary between friend and foe or anything like that. Besides, we can't forget you saved Sarah and us again today. Da Vinci! Ultimately, it'll be up to Commander Gordolf to make the call. No. Besides, the real problem is, there's just no possible way we could defeat her now. So if she's willing to help us out, we don't really have any choice but to ignore the other issues. No, never mind. For the time being, I'm just happy that one of the potential threats has chosen to ally with us. Now, more importantly, yes, if you want forgiveness, we can settle this with some mana transfer. It's the solution to literally everything. Sorry to keep you waiting. Is now a good time? What do you want? Stop looking at me like that. I don't need your pity. I don't even know what you're still doing here. Your business is in the 7th stratum, not with me, right? Because we tried to pass through the stupid... it's all your fault, Aresh Kigal. We didn't want to be stuck here. That's why I keep most of my flame embers in the fricking, the gift boxes still, knowing I'll need them later. Now that Kukulcan's beaten me, the rule of the Underworld built upon me being the strongest goddess no longer applies. Now this is just a plain old desert that happens to be part of the Underworld. I wish I could disappear like the miserable loser I am. But you're not Ninkigal anymore, right? That's right. Thanks to a certain someone, I can no longer go by Ninkigal, the invincible goddess. Thanks so much for the reminder. Wait, you're still in your altered form, even though Senpai's regained her last command spell? Why is that? Has it just been too long? Is your mind and body now doomed to remain altered forever? Of course not, but thanks for worrying about me, Mashu. Kamazotz might have used a command spell to alter me, but he didn't do it against my will. I freely accepted his offer. I wanted to get a stronger spirit origin so I could help Chaldea better. But now you're stuck here and you can't really help us. So, wah wah wah. Gosh, that's so smart of you, Aresh Kigal. So you had an ulterior motive in those battles we fought all along. Yeah, that's totally what it was, right? Right. You're pulling an Ishtar? Yes, I did have an ulterior motive, I just can't say what it is right now, that's all. But when the time's right, I'm gonna make you cry like a little baby, out of sheer joy. So be ready for that. At any rate, I didn't go through alterization without knowing what I was getting into. There's no telling what might happen here, right? So I'll stay behind and keep being the guardian of this underworld, just in case. Didn't the first 2 guardians tell you they couldn't go with you? Yeah, they did. But it's okay, don't worry about me. Even if I've gone a little evil and delinquent, I'm still Aresh Kigal, goddess of the underworld and servant of Chaldea. I'll help you out till the end, no matter what you face. Didn't Kukulcan just hand you your ass, though? Are you sure you're okay? Maybe you want to change your mind about coming with us? I was gonna recover my strength after you left, okay? Now go, get out of here. Also, Kukulcan, you basically sucker punched me earlier. I know I kinda went with it and fought you in midair, but I'm at my best when my feet are planted on solid ground. So don't think this means you've got me beat. I won't lose to you next time. Of course, we're still tied at 1 and 1 loss each. Next time I'll take 2 out of 3 wins. 2 out of 3? What do you mean by... Oh, I see. Next time would make it the best of 3 situation. Duh. Fine, get excited about it if you want. Just know that if we ever fight again, I'll have a noble phantasm that surpasses Kukulcan and Miss Lamtea. Or Miss Lamtea, I don't know. I don't know which syllable to enunciate. Ooh, animation. Whee! We're going down the toilet paper tube. Can the next place be easier to pronounce? Yes, the Golden Sea of Trees. We've reached Metztitlan? Finally! God, we can find out about this whole Archoid, archetype, Earth, bullshitty, shitty stuff. I think. Maybe. Possibly. Get on with it! And that's the long and short of it. Difficult though the fight was, we all came through intact. I see. Well done. My mind still boggles me at the mere idea of a mass of Kukulcanas. At any rate, that sounds like quite the ordeal. I can't tell you how glad I am that I wasn't there for it. As for you, Kukulcan, are you really the body of light that struck the border? It wasn't a figure of speech or anything. No, it was really me. I'm sorry, I was kind of just acting on impulse. I mean, you know how it is when a cute little bird flies into your house, right, Director? You just want to give it a big squeeze. Is that what you call a big squeeze? This is well beyond a squeeze, for that matter. We are a beautiful phoenix, not some kind of little bird. There are a dozen things I'd like to say right now, but I also don't want to interfere with my field team's on-site decisions. Sarah, Kyrielite, I'm counting on you two to keep a close eye on Kukulcan. If she starts acting suspicious in any way, throw something in her eyes to blind her and put as much distance between you and her as you can. Got that? The old evil fog maneuver. Got it. Evil fog maneuver? I've never heard of that move before, but I can't wait to see it. Her face is funny. Her face is funny. Yeah, I mean, her banner can't come soon enough. Apparently there was a Nikkei update just now as well, so after this stream I'm gonna have to go play the new event for that. Ay. Just become an English teacher, why? Why would I do that? Good, then continue with the operation as planned. You may also be glad to know that our repairs are continuing on schedule. I do like teaching, though. I don't have any credentials at all for it, but I do enjoy it. We may not be able to communicate while you're in the Underworld, but our connection is holding steady in the standard jungle. So don't just wait for an emergency contact with us. If you have any questions about anything, let us know immediately. Well, if I know good grammar, that means I can also write pretty well, I would imagine. Alright, that's all for now. The next time we speak, I hope you'll have good news for me. I've always wanted to make a visual novel as well. Man, I had no idea Gordolf was such a worrywart. Wait, is he actually more capable than he seems? Is he a reasonable guy? Oh yes, Gordolf Muzik has been an excellent director of Novum Caldea. Forgot we're still called that. And he's proven himself to be a talented mission commander as well. That's true. Servants are good at what we do. But on our own, that really just makes us a bunch of individual specialists. For us to work as part of an organization, we need a leader who can bring us all together. I wouldn't go so far as to say Gordy is perfect in the role, but he's always pushing himself to do the right thing. I guess he's what you'd call an unsung hero, but I wouldn't be surprised if he took center stage one day. So he's a neighbor who learns and grows along with you? It seems there truly is no end of diversity among people from proper human history. At any rate, this seems like a good time for a short break. I would not write the next Fate novel, unfortunately. I have other things I would much rather write. Nito Kreese, would you keep an eye on our surroundings while I make camp? She's thinking about what Ereshkigal said. Oh yes, camp. Good idea. I'll send out some spirits to get rid of any nearby threats. Whee! Nito Kreese, wait. If you send out spirits in all directions like that... God damn it. A filler fight? Huh? Why do I hear approaching footsteps? Don't Danos run away from spirits? I remember the ones who saw Kamazot spirits were all scrambling to get away as fast as they could. Those were normal Danos. The ones wandering around the jungle have lost their minds, so... they're not afraid of anything. Oops, this is your first time traveling in the jungle, isn't it, Nito Kreese? I'm sorry. I should have known better than to fall in love with you. Not if it's her. No problem. We'll just have to drive them away. You've recovered all your command spells, right, my ally? Then in my capacity as Pharaoh, I will test your newly regained summoning skills personally. To test my summoning skills would mean not bringing you to fight. Ay. But I can use all 6! Holy shit, it's been a while. Excuse me. Woo! Oh wait, so I have to bring... who? So of my servants, I can bring any of the ones from the story. Or if I select support, I can bring along Kukulcan. Oh, but I can bring anyone I want. Then I'm gonna bring my other freaking Castoria, bro. As long as they let me. Assuming they let me. Okay. Take Cuckoo. But this is so much more efficient if it's just an annoying fucking battle. It's my most tried and true strategy that seems to work almost every time on generic farming mobs like this. Unless there's a catch, which there very well could be. Aw, you're such a good girl, Kana. My little corgi sleeping on the bed staring at me. She's so cute. She's so cute. What a cute little doggo.
豪快にひらめいた正体ガンホー剣圧にて海を立つ
She wasn't referring to the fun kind of mana transfer, unfortunately. But yes, you did miss that part. Oh god damn it, the stupid dino's invincible. Shit. Oh, wait, never mind, we got Musashi. It's good. It's all good, Makai. You can one-shot Ort with MHXX with Black Grail, double Castoria. But if you have to use both Castorias, don't they all get absorbed into frickin' Ort? Like every time you bring them into battle, you lose those servants, so then you have to beat him even harder the next time. Isn't that how it works? Every time you beat the son of a bitch, you lose those servants and you have to use a new batch? So your goal would be to kill him with his minimal shit? They only get absorbed if you lose. Oh. So that means you can keep using the same group of servants that kick ass each time. Maybe. I don't know, man. I haven't actually reached it, so I don't know the techniques. The battle's over. The Danos who have lost their minds are heading away. There, see? This was a perfect opportunity to verify that you indeed regained your summoning ability. Wait, this person's saying you only want to bring one servant. This person's saying as long as you win, you don't have to do that. What? What? I'm confused. I got literally contradicting information. Exactly as I planned. Nicely done, Sarah. Yes, Pharaoh. You were right, Pharaoh. Yep. You might have regained your ability to summon heroic spirits, which proves you're a master. So what, that particular fight is over once you've broken the health bar, and then he absorbs you no matter what? But it looks like you're still unable to activate your command spells. So while you can once again summon servants, you still can't use your command spells to empower them. Whatever, that's fine. Leave some gaps in your ability as a master. Maybe it'd be more accurate to call you an apprentice master of sorts, or even just a summoner. I actually take a look at all the records from the first Underworld to see how you ended up like that. Only shielders can avoid the effect? Huh. So Mashu can't get absorbed. I think you said that you made a deal with a mysterious guy in a mysterious place in order to come back to life. Is that right? If so, you could be stuck like this the whole time we're in Miklan. I mean, yeah, you're lucky that death means something different here. Alternatively, we just need to teach whoever made this deal with you a lesson. Since Camazotz had your command spells, it stands to reason that he's the one who made the deal with. Nope. I think it was the Tezcatlipoca from Mexico City. Camazotz did mention having made a deal with Tezcatlipoca. That would mean this mysterious person you don't clearly remember was Tezcatlipoca. The bastard in the sunglasses? I knew it. Good. That's yet another reason to kick his ass. All that aside, doesn't it seem like there were an awful lot of mindless Danos earlier? Do they have a nest here in the 7th stratum or something? So here's the thing. Is Kukulcan here the version we're seeing right now? She's the Lostbelt's actual goddess, right? She's the actual goddess from the Lostbelt. She's not a servant. Yet, we're treating her like one, yeah? How does that work? How does that work? I guess it would have to be, yeah. Huh. She's their son, literally, yeah, so she's the goddess here, but we're using her like a servant. Even having, yeah. Well, yeah, she's the Lostbelt king. That means she's literally from this world. No, nothing like that. The 7th stratum is just a comfortable environment for them. For most Dainos and Oseleme, this is a dangerous environment where one false step can kill you. Part of that is because Camazotz, the god of death, lives nearby in the 8th stratum. But it's also because the 8th and 9th strata are filled with poisonous gas and dangerous cosmic rays. No living creature can easily enter those strata. They're just too deadly. Oh, so that's why the drone we sent to survey the 8th stratum malfunctioned and stopped working as soon as it entered that area. That probably means the Tree of Emptiness is on the bottommost stratum then. I can't think of anywhere else it would be. Okay, that takes care of the campfire. How about we can the chatter and get camp set up? I've got two tents here. One's for Mashu and Da Vinci, the other's for Sarah. Why does Sarah have to sleep by herself? They're all flesh and blood people, so they need a proper place to sleep. Oh. Needless to say, I'll be fine with a bed of grass. I love sleeping on good, hard ground. I'm flesh and blood too, you know. You servants turning into spirit forms is no fair, no. Oh, I know. Mashu, Da Vinci, you two are staying in the same tent, right? Then there should be a space for me in Sarah's tent. I can just stay there with her. Huh? Then why don't you just use my tent? I can sleep in a sleeping bag by the campfire. Mashu, why don't you stay in my tent? And I'll sleep by the fire. You know what? This is funny because the manga for, like, Epic of Remnant in Salem, I think literally has female Ritsuka and Mashu sleeping in the same bed. For Salem. I think that's how it is, yeah. So this dialogue is rather silly. Probably written more for the male version than the female one. But where's the fun in all that? If we're gonna use tents, then we should all share a tent. I want to snuggle up together while we talk about all kinds of stuff. That sounds fun. It's been great hearing about Chaldea and the foreign god, but I want to hear stories about regular life and proper human history too. I see, then yes, that sounds like a wonderful idea. No. Gudako is like a joke nickname for Ritsuka. Ritsuka is either male or female. They don't actually, like, call her Gudako. It's always Ritsuka. The fandom made up Gudako. I see, then yes, that sounds like a wonderful idea. I don't have any first-hand experience of daily life, so you'll have to do all the talking, Senpai. I'd love to hear all about what life was like back... what life was like back where you grew up. Ooh, are we having a girls' night in the tent? I want in, too. We can both put our tents together. And of course, you'd have to join us too, Nito Kreese and Habitrot. Officially, I can't endorse staying up late, but when there's this much fun stuff to talk about, sometimes you just have to roll with it. I don't get it. But I'm a boy, I don't get to, even though I'm a dinosaur in a different species. We're gonna apply gender roles to the poor little dino. I mean, the whole entire Ort fight would be utterly broken if you could keep using your servants once they won. Because then you just use your best team over and over and over again. Whereas in their case, they're just trying to make you squeeze your team as much as you can. Like those, Tower Ascension missions. Except they die! Or whatever. So this is the Miklan Observatory. A natural biosphere. This is more like a nature preserve than an observatory. And it's not like the rest of Miklan either. This place is straight out of Cenozoic era proper human history. I'm not surprised. The Maya has no influence here. This is where the planet's sense of touch was dispatched from the inner sea, the place where the elementals that exist in proper human history were born. That's convenient as fuck to have it like a singular place. So since the god filaments didn't create this part of Miklan, it makes sense that it would be closer to the environments you're familiar with in proper human history. I know, but if you wanted to finish those towers in a rapid speed, you still had to use, like, all your servants. Like, effectively. The same general idea. The planet's inner sea is in Avalon? Yep, if we think of a planet as a living being, the inner sea is a place for its heart that's guaranteed to exist. You know about reality marbles, right? They're essentially a mage's inner world made manifest, a powerful spell that lays their own mindscape over reality, even if only for a moment. Well, the planet's inner sea is like that, but for Earth, you can think of it as a reality marble the planet itself possesses. That being said, Earth is a big place, and even human hearts contain multitudes. I don't remember Da Vinci ever having this, like, puckered face like she does right now with the little teeth showing. It's kind of cute. For example, the part of its heart that remains close to human society, or the part that has a few bones to pick with it. I wasn't talking about you just now. Avalon is just one of several possible sides of that heart, one that prefers nature and eschews connections to human society. I guess excuse me. A lot happened. We went to the Underworld, third layer, where we found Ereshkigal Altar, who is stopping us from moving on, and we had to kick her ass, and the only way we could do so is for Kukulcan to finally come out and admit that she was the one who bitch-slapped the Shadow Border out of the sky, and now she's helping us in a stronger capacity. I forgot we can bring her along and use her noble phantasm now. That's nice. And now we're finally at, the place where we're gonna see the archetype Earth or whatever. So elementals born in worlds like that are essentially clones of the planet itself, right? Kukulcan, a moment ago you mentioned the planet's sense of touch. These feelers are born in the planet's inner sea, make their way to Earth's surface, and ultimately return to the inner sea. But if for whatever reason they're unwilling or unable to return, they become fairies, elementals, and divine spirits on the planet's surface. Yeah, though, of course, some fairies, elementals, and divine spirits manifest in other ways, so we can't say that's how they all came to exist. Meanwhile, there are some elementals who could only have been born in the planet's inner sea. I guess I'm confusing each of the, like, borders between the layers with layers of the Underworld. Because, yeah, we're much deeper into the Underworld itself as Miklan, but there aren't as many of those, like, areas where we have to fight one of our own servants. It's kind of confusing. Meanwhile, there are some elementals who could only have been born in the planet's inner sea. She's just making me more confused. These special spirits are known to be the planet's brain. Since they have hearts, why not brains too? Anyway, these elementals are born from Earth's earliest memories, which they then inherit themselves. They continually dream about the things taking place on the planet's surface. In the Magecraft world, these beings are known as archetypes, and the one who, up ahead, is an incredible recorder of history. What? Michael, that doesn't make any sense, because if you break a bar, all your servants get gobbled. How could you win the whole fight in one battle? That makes no sense. So this being knows the history of life on this planet, long before the first humans were ever born? But I've also heard that archetype takes on the form of the dominant species from that age. This may be a Lostbelt, but we mustn't forget, a Lostbelt is a hypothetical alternative to proper human history. In which case, might this archetype also be humanoid like us? I think Tepeo can answer that, right, Tepeo? You used to be a researcher here, no? No, I did not see your message at all, Ezra, from earlier, I guess. Slaves are actually treated with basic respect, but they're still slaves. I mean, that's just like, by definition, some form of servitude. Alright, now that I think of it. Hey, Caitlin P. Sorry I can't stick around for the rest of the stream. Enjoy the story. Thank you very much. Yay. Memberships make me happy. We need them to thrive, especially as YouTube is being mean to the algorithm stuff. That's correct. I am Tepeo the Stargazer, you know. I've made the trip between Chichen Itza and the 7th stratum countless times. I've never heard of an archetype before, though. That must be another bit of knowledge the Cryptor brought over. Though I get the sense you've known the term for some time, Kukulcan. I'm sorry. Feelings alone just weren't enough to convey the concept clearly. Man, words are perfect for this stuff. The Maya watch over us. They keep their options entirely to themselves, opinions. I'm surprised that Kukulcan, the teachings of the sun herself, would be bound to rule like that. Dude. You could actually keep going on the fight. Well, does the fight with Ort... Does it have any effect on the version you have to fight later, though? The raid version? Oh well, I couldn't fail to note that Shikwick or Shikwick Shakik isn't like the other Danos. Though I also suspect that a Miklan archetype is different from one in proper human history. Miklan itself is already much like the planet's inner sea. It's closed off from both the surface and outer space, unaffected by change. Wow, okay, so if you exploit the very first Ort fight exclusively... Whoa, was it just a really, really intense stalling match? Is that how that worked? 100+ days? Days? That seems unbelievable. That, like, can't be right. That's crazy. For the archetype born here, it must feel positively suffocating, since she'll never get to see outside it. A picture is worth 1,000 words, right? Let's keep going. You'll see what I mean once you meet her yourselves. Oh, and a word of warning. Under no circumstances should you adopt a combat stance, no matter how surprised you may be. This archetype is both highly sensitive and easily hurt. If we scare her off, she'll be useless for at least a few days. Okay, doesn't look like anyone's here. How am I supposed to say this person's name? Shikik. I don't know. Nesquik. I brought some guests from Proper Human History here to see you. Why did it take 100 days? They have some questions they'd like to ask. Could you please come out now? Please, try to get past your shyness. They'll find you quickly enough anyway. You're not hidden nearly as well as you think. There's a Proper Human History saying that goes, when you cover your head, you don't leave your bottom exposed. Or don't leave your bottom exposed. Well, we can see your bottom, that is your tail, quite clearly. Doko. Nuh-uh. Ugh, you're so mean, big brother, Tepeo. I was just working up the courage is all. Another way to write the name, but how do you pronounce the damn thing? Okay, here goes. I'm gonna welcome our guests properly, just like a good Shrine Maiden would. Shrine Maiden Dino? Shrine Maiden Dinosaur? What a weird intro. Oh, you're pretty big, aren't you? You a big old dino hiding out in here? Or something? What the fuck is it? Oh, is it Nessie?
It's Nessie!
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's nice to meet all of you. Thank you for coming all this way from Chichen Itza. I'm Sheik. My job is watching over Miklan's journey from here, in this moon plateau. See ya, Seth. There's much I don't know about the wider world, so I might say the wrong thing now and then, so please bear with me. Ixquick? That doesn't make any sense. She's huge! A Diplodocus? Diplodocus? You're an actual Diplodocus! Holy shit! I don't know that one by name. Your species was the largest herbivorous dinosaur on Earth. Only you're even bigger than the ones from Proper Human History. You must be at least 60 meters from head to tail. This is amazing. Thank you, child of Proper Human History. You have a lovely voice, just as I thought you would. Huh? You know who I am? Did Kukulcan tell you about me? No, I saw you myself. I can see all the way to the second stratum from here, in fact. But unlike Kukulcan, I couldn't hear your voices, so I never learned your names. Pludocus. I have... Plodocus? Diplodocus. I have heard about that through another YouTube video talking about gigantic creatures. Dude, I already explained what you missed. Maybe you didn't hear that part. We haven't been talking about slavery for hours now. Would you mind introducing yourselves now? See ya, Steven. Thank you for the supers. Thank you. Sarah, Mashu, Habitrot, Da Vinci, and Nitocris. Even the sounds of your names are unlike anything found here, but they're all so beautiful. I'm glad to have had a chance to hear them for myself. Thank you, Ixquick. I think your name is beautiful too. Not if I don't know how to say it. Also, I hope you don't mind, but I noticed you called Tepeo Big Brother earlier. If it's not too rude, may I ask what your relationship is? Oh my. my. That you even thought to ask the question tells me you were all getting along wonderfully, Mashu. That we are. As for Big Brother Tepeo and my relationship, we're just acquaintances. We met when I first came to this observatory to study the stars. Don't take her calling me Big Brother seriously. That's just something she does. It's honestly kind of absurd. I'm gonna look up Ixquick and see what the YouTube or the world has to say. The World Wide Web, of course. Okay, so that's a weird episode or video. Okay, so it is spelled Ixquick there, like you said. I wish I could read the phonetic alphabet. Oh, shit. Yeah, I can't tell how you're supposed to pronounce this. What does this video say? I hate looking to YouTube for this stuff.
We are looking at how to pronounce this name of Mexican origin. This is a feminine given name, somewhat common in Central and South.
That's not the right name, you idiot. That's not what I typed. It's so dumb. So dumb. Shkeek? Shkeek? I mean, that would make sense if it's Shibalba with a SH. Squick is not correct. But... God... Diplodocus. Diplodocus, with an A almost. Anyway, I don't care about that as much. Skick, 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 skick. Skickity, skickity, skoo. Skickity, skickity, skickity. I hate that. Skick is 6 million years old, and I'm only 1,000. I'm gonna call her Skick. Skick, 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 until I know better. Excuse me. Even 1,000's quite a lot from where I stand. I see. So why do you refer to Tepeo as your brother then, Skick? Because ever since we first met, he's been bossing me around. I'm something of a special Danos, you see. Most Danos never come back here because this observatory means nothing to them. But Big Brother Tepeo kept showing up unannounced. A lot. He also said I was a good-for-nothing and a waste of space. Also a lot. I did not. Now would you please stop with the unnecessary small talk and do your job as the eye of the observatory? There, see? Well, even if you have the I in front of Shkik, it could be Ishkik. So like Ishkik, like Ishtar, if that were the case. So Shkik, I'm gonna stick with Shkik. There, see? He's always scolding me like that just because he happens to know lots of things. Is this one of those... Yep, he's the typical big brother figure who acts cold on the outside, but comes to check on her out of concern. Ugh, I swear. When are you finally going to grow out of such childish nonsense? Never. You know as well as I do that I'm eternally 1 year old. Well, I suppose that's true. Since you were born as an extension of the planet's sense of touch, you'll never grow or mature mentally. That's why you refer to me as your older brother. From your perspective, everyone will always be older than you. Alright, Sarah, Da Vinci, go ahead and ask Shik what you'd like to know. She sees everything that happens in Miklan. So if anyone knows what David has been doing for the past year, it's her. David? You want to know about David? That's right, do you know him? Oh yes, he came here almost immediately after he first arrived in Miklan. He told me to tell him the truth about Miklan and its history, and to do it in 5 minutes because he didn't have time to spare on us. I knew he was a visitor from proper human history, but I also didn't have any reason to refuse, so I told him what he asked for. In proper human history terms, that was exactly 1 year ago. That does match the time the Cryptor first showed up. Hold on, you know about proper human history and the Lostbelt before the Cryptor arrived, right? Then why did you do what he asked? From where you stand, anyone from proper human history would be an invader. Good question. As an archetype, I was aware Miklan is not Earth's true environment. Like, poor David could never actually play Fate Grand Order, even though he's a character in it, because the amount of time it would take him to get through this material is just insane. Give me FGO in 5 minutes. Yeah, right. Good luck, buddy. I could also foresee that David would use the knowledge he gained from me to form the Ocelame and begin hunting Danos. Yes, he's Gen Z. He's a Gen Zer. He only has attention span for 5 minutes. I think that's fair. That's very sad, of course, but it was still no reason to refuse him. Everyone has different worldviews, principles, and values. No two people think exactly the same way. And reaching true mutual understanding almost never happens. That's why everyone must be treated equally. We all know it's wrong to disregard other people's time, ideals, and lives just because they live far away. Or because you've never met them, or you have no connection to them. or it won't be to your benefit. Dude, so that means it's okay to tell a guy how to kill you? Basically? Basically? That's so dumb. These guys have really off-based, opinions. This is the code of ethics for dealing with life we Danos have arrived at over a very, very long time. We don't discriminate, either positively or negatively, toward anyone, regardless of how strong or weak they might be. Danos treat all forms of life equally. After all, a society where only special people are given special treatment would simply be wrong, wouldn't it? As I thought, it seems she's deeply impressed, Mashu. Yes, Shik complied with David's demands, which is why she'll do the same for you. Yay! Now, let's get down to business. To defeat the Osalame. What has David been doing? And what is he planning next? There's no need to discuss anything else. It's not like you to be so impatient, big brother Tepeo. If you want to know David's objective, then you should also know what he asked me. Isn't that how you would normally approach things like this? Good point. That information is definitely crucial, and I'm also very interested in hearing it. Is something wrong, Tepeo? You've been all kinds of restless ever since we got here. Have I? I suppose I have. I must have gotten more worked up than I realized over being back in the observatory after such a long time away. Alright, I'll leave the questioning to you, Da Vinci. In the meantime, I'll go prepare the Popol ritual. I don't think Tepeo's irritated so much as he's suffering? Alright, I guess I'll handle the questions then. You said David asked you to tell him the truth about Miklan and its history, right? Our understanding is, this Lostbelt began when dinosaurs became the dominant species. No, wait, that's not right. It began when the fifth of the Big Five, the meteorite collision that wiped out nearly all life on Earth's surface. Afterwards, the filament-like alien life forms that came here on the meteorite restored the land after everything. Wait a second. Yes, afterwards, the filament-like alien life forms that came here on the meteorite restored the land after everything had burned down. Then they chose the dinosaurs to serve as their hosts, and used them to create Miklan. That's our current working theory, anyway. Are we on the right track? Whoa! You're too precious, Da Vinci. I'm amazed you've been thinking about things that happened in the time long, long, long before. Anyway, yes, that's all correct. Well, some of the finer details differ a little. In proper human history, the filaments came to Earth on the meteorite that crashed into the Yucatan Peninsula 60 million years ago, at the end of the Cretaceous period. But in this Lostbelt, that meteorite crashed here with them about 300 million years ago, at the end of the Carboniferous period. The filaments that came here from outer space and ended up stranded here are called the Maya in our native tongue. When they first landed, they used a network of plant roots to stabilize the supercontinent of Pangaea and keep it from breaking apart into smaller continents. So this Lostbelt actually started 300 million years ago, back when Pangaea still existed. 300 million years ago, before even the third of the Big Five took place? Oh wait, so that's why Sarah was talking about the Carboniferous period before. Okay, that makes a lot start to add up. In proper human history, 95% of Paleozoic-era aquatic life went extinct during the transition, from the Permian to the Triassic periods. That was when dinosaurs stepped in as the dominant life form, since they were better suited for that environment. After that, Pangaea split apart into the what? Laurasia continent to the north, and the Gondwana continent to the south, which scattered the dinosaurs all across the world. She hadn't finished saying it yet. But if Pangaea hadn't fractured, the dinosaurs' paradise wouldn't have had much greater opportunity to flourish, or they would have had much greater flourish. Fair enough. And so long as the dinosaurs remained at the top of the food chain, there would be no chance for mammals to evolve into intelligent life. So that was how Miklan began. How the Maya's early arrival changed this world so dramatically. But what about the fourth extinction event at the end of the Triassic period, and the meteorite crash? The meteorite that crashed into the Yucatan Peninsula. Bleh. And the meteorite that crashed into the Yucatan Peninsula at the end of the Cretaceous. God, these are a mouthful. Wouldn't either of those have prevented this Lostbelt from occurring? I don't know about the fourth and fifth extinction events from proper human history, but Miklan did have a fourth one. It was 66 million years ago at the end of the Cretaceous period, the same time as the fifth extinction event in proper human history. The Yucatan Peninsula meteorite. Once again, a meteorite collided with this planet, burning away everything on the surface and threatening the dinosaurs with extinction. That's when the Maya came to the rescue. The Maya foresaw the meteorite's impact and built a shelter deep underground. They then collected all the energy on the surface of the Earth and redirected it to create a subterranean paradise. All the heat and energy that would have otherwise gone into restoring the surface over the next million years went into creating Biosphere 3. The result is the Miklan we have today. So the Maya created the fucking toilet paper roll. Left the surface to rot and built a massive Made in Abyss style hole in the ground, and that's what everyone's hanging out in. Yet gravitationally, they all seem to be sticking to the walls. It's kind of funny. Since then, and for the last 66 million years, Miklan has been a world for the Danos. Yeah, that stuff is all way above my head. I'll have to have Mashu give me a very short summary later. This is, like, surprisingly easier to understand than Lostbelt 6, though, with like 18 million different wars of different fairies and factions of fairies and all that shit that's all completely made up and hard to keep track of. Ay. I see. So that's why the surface was still post-apocalyptic. The seas were dried up, volcanic activity was out of control, and the skies were covered by dense thunderclouds. And it's all because the energy that would have normally gone into letting nature take its course went into Miklan instead. So here, over the course of almost 100 million years, the Maya gained control over Earth's surface. But that would have never happened in proper human history. In proper human history, the meteorite that carried the Maya was the one responsible for the fifth extinction event that happened 66 million years ago. That meteorite wiped out the dinosaurs and caused huge changes in Earth's ecosystems. That led to mammals taking over, and over the next 40 million years, humankind's ancestors were born. The Maya had their, fibers full, maintaining their own environment, and so by becoming part of Mesoamerican myth, They chose to coexist with its people. The Maya might have been the Dainos' savior, but it sounds like it was a little more complicated for the Earth as a whole. So if Daybit brought any semblance of Mayan/Aztec culture to this world, how did they have names before that? Where did these names come from? Like the names of the places and the people. Did they all just make all that shit up within a year's time? That doesn't sound right. Well, I haven't reached the Khan Empire just yet. I mean, they basically took a significant portion of Earth and fashioned it into a home for themselves. As an archetype, what do you think about that? Does it feel like you were robbed or something? What? Like, curse you, you damn invaders? Not at all. The planet seems to be quite happy as long as life is flourishing, regardless of what form it takes. Besides, if we're talking about invaders, there's one that Oh, they did screw that line up. There's one label that fits much better. Vakub mentioned the Dainos did even just start to use names. Okay, so they just called each other other shit before. And even Kukulcan is saying like, oh, words are so useful. They must be really, really fucking fast learners then. It just seems like they wouldn't have... Like, were they doing Shokta matches prior to that? Were they? I don't know, man. If they were doing it for that long ago... But then again, did they even have Tezcatlipoca prior to that? Like, the one that's the king of dinos? Maybe they only had a king of dinos for a single year as well. In which case, they're just really adaptive, really quick to all this new crazy shit. Now, is this supposed to be Arcoade? Like, dinosaur Arcoade? Is that what they're getting at with this whole thing? Because I don't see the resemblance at all. Yeah. It's so weird. It's like very loosely connected. And I never thought of Shiki as a brotherly figure to Arcoade, not after they fucked. But then again, Shiki is a sibling slammer. We know this to be true. So maybe it does all work out. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Shiki's a sister slammer, therefore... all of this makes sense. You could call him Big Bro or whatever the fuck. In fact, that invader was the impetus behind Miklan's creation. In proper human history, the Maya were responsible for the Earth's 5th major extinction event and created the Yucatan Peninsula, its mythological world. But in our Lostbelt, something else was responsible for our 3rd major extinction event, a meteorite that burrowed its way deep into Miklan. Like the Maya, it was an invader which arrived 66 million years earlier than it should have, owing to a slight deviation in its course. A planet-eating monster that came here from the Oort cloud in the far reaches of the solar system. Oort. Wait, so which one is she talking about? Is she talking about the one that transformed it into a... In proper human history, when did Oort land? I guess. Because she just said 66 million years earlier than it should have. Does that mean Oort landed, like, literally... No. Oort's been around for a long time, even in proper human history. So the Maya arrived like 300 million years early. Then a meteor struck 66 million years that made them turn the world into a toilet paper tube. And then there's another one? So there's 3 frickin' meteorites in this Lostbelt, one of which is Ort. But why is he 66 million years earlier than it should have? That number is supposed to be normally where the original meteor struck. So are you saying Ort came on the rock that made the Maya transform the planet? Is that how it worked? Okay, it's 5,000 years BC in proper human history? Okay, but Ort landed on the same meteor that she's referring to is the one that made the Maya transform the planet, right? And abandon the surface? Or are we literally talking about 3 meteor impacts within this whole thing? Well, if they said that 66 million years earlier, then when was the second meteor? Now I want a timeline. Anyway, Ort. So that's where Ort comes in. So Ort came to Miklan early, but that would mean the Danos should never have prospered to the extent they have. Wait, I've got it. Ort must have died in the impact. That's why no one can find it here, no matter how hard they look. No one's ever seen it because it's already dead. Oh no, Ort went on quite the rampage after it arrived. It actually completely destroyed Miklan once. You're kidding me! Oh man, I was completely off again. But then, how in the world did the Danos survive? Please tell us, Shkik, right? Yeah, God, that's such a weird name. Oh no, you're adorably smart, Da Vinci. That guess was almost entirely correct. Ort did die when it fell to Earth, it just doesn't die the same way most living things do. 60 million years after Ort first fell to Miklan and ceased to function, it suddenly began to function again just when the Danos finally arrived at their ethical approach to dealing with life. This is our world's 4th major extinction event. It was also when Earth gave birth to me. And so, all life in Miklan banded together to defeat Ort, and they succeeded. The end. Was Miklan a giant paper towel tube before Ort struck down, or after? But since Ort doesn't die like we do, it's bound to come back again? So this world did have its 4th major extinction event. That must mean the Ort attack Sarah and Mashu saw in Mexico City will be the 5th. Ort didn't turn it into a paper towel tube. That was just another random fucking meteorite. So you got multiple meteors. We got one that came early, gave the Maya an early access to the Earth, and then all they had to deal with were dinos, because those were the best life form they could find at the time. And they're like, we choose you, Pikachu. And so they're good. Then another rock falls at some point. The Maya are like, oh shit, Everybody go hide in the paper towel tube. Fuck the surface, we don't care. Then somewhere in that timeline, a third goddamn rock drops Ort off. Ort goes, oh, I kind of died, not really. Then 66 million years later, he's like, yeah, see, no, I didn't die. And then he went crazy, attacked, and then he got killed again. That's confusing. It's getting more confusing as we go. I just want to know when the paper towel was made and when Ort fell to Earth, relation to that. Okay, well, Jens, now you're telling me what I was asking before. In the Lostbelt, Ort came with the impact that Miklan was constructed as shelter for. Okay, so that makes more sense to me. So a meteor fell, brought the Maya here early. The Maya decided to choose Danos. Then, at the time they were supposed to arrive, on proper human history, instead we get Ort. Which for proper human history is early, but spot on for this Lostbelt. The same impact that caused Ort made the Mayas go, oh shit, let's go build paper towel tube. And then after that, in the paper towel tube, Ort went on a rampage and was defeated. I see, now I understand. Mashi, would you summarize all that for us? Yes, gladly. It would be too confusing to cross-reference Miklan's history with proper human history. So I'll just make a timeline for this Lostbelt alone. Miklan's history. I think I figured it out before she finally said it. 300 million years ago, the Lostbelt begins. The Maya fall to Pangaea on a meteorite and stabilize it with a network of plant roots. For the next 100 million years, Earth is a paradise ruled by dinosaurs, or the Danos. 66 million years ago, the third mass extinction event, the Maya detect a meteorite, Ort, heading toward Earth. The Maya create Miklan underground, along with an artificial sun. They evacuate all life from the surface to Miklan. The meteorite Ort punches through the surface to land in Miklan, embedding itself in the lowest stratum. The impact causes it to stop functioning. Okay, so they made the paper towel tube in anticipation of Ort? Huh. It's kind of weird that they would evacuate the surface to a paper towel tube when that paper towel tube is where frickin' Ort lands. Like, what's the logic behind that? Why would you do that? "20 million years ago, Miklan is thriving. Proconsul. Oh, really? Ape precursors of humanity are born in Miklan as well. Well, that's cool. Okay, so we do eventually show up. We're just not the chosen species of the Maya. Well, that's the thing I don't get. It almost seemed like the meteor hit, screwed over the Earth, and so then the Maya were like, well, shit, we're just gonna make our paper towel tube and live in there then. You know what I mean? It seemed like that would make sense. That they make the paper towel tube in response to the collision, not in anticipation of it. Alright, so if it struck down, they used it as the crater. That would make sense. If they used the crater caused by Ort slamming into Earth as their paper towel tube, then it makes sense. But that doesn't make sense. Maya detected a meteorite heading toward Earth, then they create the underground, they evacuate, then the meteorite punches through the surface to land in Miklan. I guess maybe they weren't planning on it landing in there. It was just unfortunate that it did anyway, because it says it punched through the surface. So they tried to make their own little safe haven, but Ort wound up puncturing it anyway. Yeah, no, they create Miklan first, then the meteorite punches through the surface to land in it. That's literally what it said. So, it's very unfortunate they built a shelter only for Ort to land right in it anyway. You'd think if they built that in anticipation, they would have been smarter, but I guess not. I guess not. I'm just saying because the motivation, where's the motivation? We need human motivation for all this lore to make sense. Because then you're like, ah, yes, if they said, we built this in anticipation of the meteor, but then it slammed into the middle anyway, and we're like, ah, fuck, then that would make sense. But yes, okay, then ape-like humans did show up. Eventually. Then 6 million years ago, the fourth max extinction event, Ort reactivates. Chick is born, Ort is shut down. 1 year ago, proper human history, culture leak. The Cryptor leads a cultural invasion, which the Danos welcome. Now I see. Great work, Mashu. That was all very clear. Not quite. Oh no. Compared to Shkik, I may as well be minuscule. Minuscule, Kyrielite? What kind of nickname is that? So what was with the parts marked in red? I made that up. Oh no. Oh, Shkik added those. She said they were important. Okay, now I've got a pretty full picture. It's clear that Ort does exist and is still a threat. No wonder David asked you all about this. Now we're both on equal footing in terms of information. Oh no, I didn't tell David any of this. I was going to, but he said he didn't need to hear it because he'd already figured it out himself. What a bitch. What? Hang in there, Da Vinci! Hang in there! He's not smarter than you, I swear. Then what did David ask you? The location of Ort's remains? No. He asked me if the sun had ever gone out. Huh, as in Miklan's artificial sun? Why would he want to know if it had ever gone out before? I know, because of the Oseleme's sacrificial faith. Now I see. I thought it was just a recreation of the Aztec mythology that Tezcatlipoca spread here. But if the sun really has gone out before, that would definitely explain the Oseleme's religious fervor. Tepeo told us once that Miklan's sun went into a hibernation of sorts for a time. So what did you tell him, Shkik? The truth, of course. I told him that 6 million years ago, the sun disappeared around the time Ort resumed functioning. Ah. And I told him that was when the Khan Kingdom, the non-Dano civilization that was also flourishing at the time, died out. Huh? Hold up. Khan wasn't a Danos nation? This is the first I'm hearing about that. So you're saying that a long time ago there used to be another non-Dano civilization here besides Mexico City? That's right. That's why I added that part in red about Proconsul being born earlier. For 100,000 years, a human kingdom flourished in Miklan too. They were much weaker than the Danos, but they had a great talent for engineering. Towards the end of the kingdom's life, they built a flying ship very similar to your Stormboarder. Really? That ship is the only reason Miklan was able to fight back against Ort. Khan's soldiers accepted modifications to their bodies, which made them invulnerable. They fought to the last warrior. It was their efforts that drove Ort down into the bottom of the stratum. Ort sunk into a sea of magma, and Miklan regained the light it had lost. But the cost of victory was the entire kingdom of Khan. Now, the remains of one of the cities has been repurposed into Chichen Itza. Not many Danos know that, though. Big Brother Tepeo is probably the only one, and only because, he figured it out on his own. So that's the Khan soldier's story. So these soldiers enhanced their bodies to last for 6 million years. And now they stay intact even in death. No wonder those dead spirits were so tired and full of regret. Shkik, did no one from Khan survive? Was every last one of them really wiped out? Oh no, one of them is still alive. The King of Khan, who dealt Ort the finishing blow 6 million years ago, after losing all of his people, is alive today. His modified body ended up so strong that he was no longer able to die. In the 6 million years since, he went insane and began to fly around the Underworld. A bat of death. He's still out there even now. That brave king's name is Kamazots, the maddened king who continues to search for the people of Khan, though they no longer exist. Okay, fair enough. I mean, so that would explain why they did have some semblance of culture akin to ours, with the humans who are around. The dinosaurs never seemed to adopt said culture, until Daybit came around. But at least there was this guy, alright. So it's perhaps the King of Khan, or the Kingdom of Khan, that maintained some degree of humanish culture. I wonder what their flying ship was like. What the fuck? Alright, support servant. We're fighting a single Zerker. Alright, fine. I'm gonna use Kukulcan because she's hot. Note the big surprise. She uses a Buster, so we'll use a Morlin. We'll slink him on in there. Or clink him on in there. Might as well bring her along. Why the hell not? Why the hell not? Okay, I think that'll work. Now we have plenty of resources to power up a crazed Kukulcan to fight whatever's coming. I think Ort and the meteor both fell to Earth early for the same reasons. A slight change in trajectory. I don't know what would cause that. What the fuck? Just a random fight with dinos in between all this exploration, or exposition? Do you still think this Lostbelt is simpler than Lostbelt 6? Yes, I do. I still do. Like, I'll have a much more confident time explaining this so far anyway. She's super serial, guys.
この辺りいじった方がいいんじゃないか。君の道行きを信じよう。お任せ。夢のように片付けよう。
早掛けですよカルメラ。
Damn, too bad it's still not enough to give her to 100, though. Womp womp. What a pain in the ass. Alright, bump, bump, bump. Catch you later, Jens. Thank you for all the help here. My voice cracked. That is true. There's a time travel paradox in Lostbelt 6. That's very confusing. Where the presence of the Cryptor actually made the Lostbelt what it is, as opposed to him just showing up and fucking with it after it's already there. Dude, if you're gonna ask what you missed, I need to know the last thing you saw. We've just learned, like, the entire history of Miklan, which is important, and that there was a race of humans, and they all were, living alongside the Danos for a while, until Ort woke up and screwed them all over. They all got wiped out fighting Ort. But the last human of that kingdom of Khan happens to be our buddy Camazotz. It's going to be a little longer before I can show you what David is up to. Would you mind waiting outside? Oh, then could I ask you to neutralize the mindless Danos wandering around the dome? Didn't I just do that? The scent of the Magwe and Pulque we use in the ritual tends to attract them, you see. Okay, we finished chasing all the mindless Danos that were near the dome, back into the jungle around the base. Now we just have to wait for Tepeo to come let us know when Shik is ready. Shkik. Shkikity shkikity shkoo. Gotcha. I'll just take a little break in the shade. I want to make sure I have everything we learned straight. I'm gonna go back to my base form too. I've been out a lot lately, so I should try to conserve magical energy. Sounds like you could all use a little break. Since we have a lovely lake right here, would you like to go swimming? Oh man, I really would, but I have to focus. Can you breathe underwater too, Kukulcan? Huh? Why would you even ask? Of course I can. On land, underwater, in outer space. I'm fine anywhere. What about you, Nitocris? You probably went swimming in the Nile Huh? Oh, Nitocris went back up to the dome. There was something she wanted to ask Shkik. I see. Shkik is really knowledgeable, so I'm sure she'll get the answer she's looking for. Oh, speaking of Shkik, that reminds me. Using proper human history terms, do you think Tepeo and Shkik are married or lovers or something along those lines? I like how Mashu immediately is willing to say that, even though they've already called themselves Big Bro. She's like, oh, she must just be referring to her lover. How very Japanese. Oh my. Got a bit of a curious side to you, Mashu? Do you really want to know? Oh, I don't mean anything by it. I was just thinking it would be nice if that were the case. Oh, I agree it would be, but those two will always be just friends. As much as Shkik may look like a Danos, the truth is she isn't. She'll never be able to live among peers, be involved with them, or be freed from her duties. Her job is to look over, no, to supervise all of Miklan. It's been that way since she was born, and will continue to be until she dies. She'll never be able to leave Metztitlan, no matter what. This just sounds like Arcoade going back to the Brunstad castle. But that didn't stop Shiki from finding her and letting them smash him, okay? Unless they're, like, ignoring the manga's ending of Tsukihime. At first, Tepeyo refused to accept that, and he looked for a way to free Shkik. But it was no use. Before, I couldn't imagine why he chose to move to the first stratum on his own. But now that I have a human form, I think I understand. Knowing that he'd failed to save Shkik, Tepeyo couldn't allow himself a happy life. So he moved all the way to the edge of the world to be alone. There, he studied the concept of death as a way to punish himself. Bro, but why? It's not my place to say. Not while my own maidenly heart is still actively maturing. Growing up. Speaking of which, Kukulcan, there's something else we've been wondering about. Did you, always look the way you do now? I was watching the scene where they were camping. All of a sudden I heard you read a comment of mine that passed a long time ago, and that's when I realized I was desynced and behind. Oh, I see. Well, they were just camping on their way here, so that wasn't particularly interesting. I mean, it was interesting, but it wasn't important for the catch-up. Did you, oh, I already answered that, or read that. The Danos are Miklan's dominant species. Since you're their god, shouldn't you look like one yourself? Are you saying I lack common sense? Just kidding. Don't worry, I'm not mad. I still don't really get common sense or feelings, but I at least know they're important. Anyway, yes, I am a god, and I did originate here in Miklan. But this form is something I only recently gained. Before that, I was just the teachings of the sun. A wind only the Danos could sense. Ah, okay, so she was just wind. Then the wind took a sexy lady form. I love it. I love that. A year ago, when knowledge of proper human history first came to Miklan, we learned of gods. That's when the sound, Kukulcan, formed the name of a god. That was the instant at which I gained this form. All of a sudden, things that couldn't be seen had a shape. Things that could only be sensed could now be spoken of as fact. For us, the shock was big enough to rock the world to its foundations. Gods can only be born from intelligent humanoid beings. So that's what we should be, too. And just like that, I was tossed out into Chichen Itza. Stark naked! Oh, baby! Naked! Yes, at the time I didn't have any emotions, so I just started talking to the priests as I was. It wasn't long before I realized I didn't feel quite right, and that I might be doing something inappropriate. You were not doing anything inappropriate! You, like the sinners from the Garden of Eden, have learned of human humiliation and shame, which didn't need to exist that way. But then again, the humiliation factor is what makes it kinda hot, so, So I absorbed all of proper human history's common sense in one go, then stole some clothes from the Danos standing closest to me. The Danos were wearing clothes? I guess so, but I guess they learned that from humans too. Which was Tepeyo, by the way. He'd already retired to the first stratum by that point, but he'd always listened to me closely back when we were still just wind. Well, I see. I think I can imagine what you were like back then. You were a hot wind even then. I'm trying really hard to forget about that whole thing, so please don't ask Tepeo about it. Anyway, that's how I ended up in human form, one based off the Kukulcan of proper human history. Shkik's an archetype who will forever remain mentally 1 year old. Have you spoken to a 1 year old? They are pretty much not that intelligent compared to Shkik. No offense. I mean, clothes, yeah, they help regulate temperature. You can actually... Wearing clothes helps you stay cool, believe it or not. Like, if you have, like, wet clothing, for instance, that'll do it a lot better than if you just took those clothes off. But I am a god, and actually am just 1 year old. Not really, though. Not quite. You still have a lot of human maturity. After that, I found that snot-nosed brat. I mean young Tezcatlipoca, riding a Danos and playing king near Chichen Itza. And I made him its actual king. Then I ran off to Mexico City to spend all my time having fun and experiencing all the latest culture, yes? I see. So you wanted to try life in the big city. I can definitely understand that. If I'd been in your position, I can see myself sneaking out of Chaldea Base and paying a visit to the nearest town of... Really? Ushuaia? Is that really the nearest place to Chaldea? Interesting. But, never mind that now. Putting together everything you've told us, it sounds like you're not actually a Danos god. Instead, you were born from the Maya, Miklan's creators, and you serve as their representative. Does that mean you're actually archetype Miklan, then? Hey, yeah, if we consider a meteorite a planet too, then it could have also had a mind of its own. That's right, which is why Shkik and I get along so well. She's basically archetype Meta-Earth, so she also knows what it's like to fail to become the archetype you wanted to be. You want to know how Camazotz turned servants into guardians of the Underworld? Yes, a command spell alone should not have been able to cause complete alterization. There must be something more to it. Some sort of secret or ritual that transforms their very existence and binds their life force. Shkik, you said you've observed everything that's ever taken place in Miklan. So if anyone can answer my question, it's you. What did Camazotz do to them? How can I become a guardian of the Underworld myself? I see. So you think you need to do the same. Alright, I'll tell you what I saw. I'll tell you how those proper human history heroic spirits, each of whom already had their own Underworld to begin with, were signed to the levels of the Underworld and became altar gods of Miklan. You gonna tell me? You gonna tell me? I wanna know. God damn it, they're not gonna tell me. They ain't gonna tell me, man. What the hell? Here we go. It's so smoky in here, but it's not stinging my eyes at all. Thank you for waiting, everyone. I'm ready to begin the Popol ritual. Normally, I can see everything from Miklan's second stratum to its eighth, but Daybit has been the exception. Whenever I tried to observe him from here, all I would see is a deep darkness. He was there yet not there, present yet unseeable. It was like observing an empty cavern with extremely low atomic density, completely devoid of matter. A cavern devoid of matter? Like the supervoids found in the large-scale structure of the universe? Does that mean David is wearing some kind of filter that makes him normally visible when he's in front of you? But also cloaks him in darkness when viewed from a distance? He's got a privacy screen around his entire body. So, even as an observer, I haven't been able to witness his actions. It's because David has NordVPN. The only ones who know what David has been up to are David himself and Miklan's own time. So to answer your question, I'm gonna have you view that time yourself. Oh, view that time itself. This scent is the Popol, a ritual that connects your minds to Miklan's. I've said it to begin, with Mitztitlan from 1 year ago. Please close your eyes and let your body feel the intoxication. She's drugging us! With this ritual, to the maximum extent possible, you should be able to vicariously experience everything David did in the year since he spoke with me. Everyone keeps coming to my stream asking what they missed. I don't know where you saw last. So the sun disappeared, but it returned to Miklan's sky 100,000 years later. Impressive. I didn't think the Maya would take such extreme measures. Did turning off the sun help them fight Ort? There's no logical reason to favor this underground world so heavily, so they're clearly not operating on logic anymore. I guess this is their way of apologizing to the life forms they let go extinct in proper human history. Thank you, Shkik. Is there anything you need? If there is, I'll get it for you. No? Then this is goodbye. I repaired the sluice. You should hire some smaller Danos to maintain it, or eventually it'll fall apart again. So you're the Cryptor, and I see you're all alone. Did you really think you could cross this fourth underworld and Miklan's space tree all by yourself, without so much as a guide? Yes, exactly. That's exactly how a human should be. There was nothing better or more fitting than being alone. When you're alone, you don't have to protect anyone else. As long as you're strong, you don't need to care about anyone else either. So yeah, he's trying to be all lonely and depressed. He doesn't want to remember all the people who died, so he's very upset that, Nitocris would honor the dead by memorizing them all. But you should curse me. You should loathe Miklan, for as long as I, Camazotz, am here, no one will ever reach the 9th stratum. How about if I give you a command spell? Or did he use that to resurrect himself or something? What did he do? Did you want to keep going, Camazotz? I've got 2 more of those in me. No, let's end it here. Your blood is absolutely revolting. Only a hero can defeat a hero. I admit it. You do have the right to enter Kalakmul. But I won't let you enter for free, Cryptor Davidsem Void. I want you to know about your mythology. I want to know about your mythology. Tell me all about it. I'm a creature of Miklan, of a mythology that defeated Ort 6 million years ago, and that everyone's forgotten today. Proper human history mythology. Lostbelt mythology. I don't care which one is superior, I just want to know about them. I want to know if I existed in your world too. Fair enough. So this is it. I finally made it. As I thought, Ord is dead, but only because it ran out of fuel. If I use lots of high-quality magical circuits to close its wounds, it'll start up again in no time. Still, Shkik said the cosmic rays emitted from the bottom stratum would stop in a year, which would then be followed by a period of underworld pilgrimage. I won't be able to come here again for another year. I'll need to use that time to make sure I'm ready. Guess I'd better summon a servant, so he can only come here, like, once a year or some shit? Lostbelt or not, this is still Miklan. There should be more than enough in the way of catalysts. Even if I don't count as part of humanity, I can still summon a servant with the power of the land itself. A servant who will respond to my call, who is unconcerned with good and evil, but who still approves of war. I've got it. You'll be the one to help me, almighty Tezcatlipoca. Yeah, but why did he have to wait 1 year to wake up Ort? Something about cosmic rays stopping? What? I don't really understand. Oh man, I can't believe it. You actually made a human body to possess just to answer that guy's summons? Is he really that interesting? Looks like you and I are both still way too lenient in our trial judgments. Well, whatever. If you're gonna back that guy, then I'll back my own allies. Whichever one of us survives will be all down to luck. See you later, Black Tezcatlipoca. Good luck using knowledge from proper human history to become supreme in Miklan. Hey there, brother. How do you like my Mexico City? It's actually got a different name, but this is 2019. If you're gonna say it out loud, it's better to go with the more recent one. My name may be new, but it still looks... the name may be new, but it still looks like an ancient Aztec city. Why didn't you make any modern buildings? So there's a point in time where if he awakens Ort will have even better chance of screwing everyone over. And since that chance was about to fall apart, he had to wait for the next cycle. Okay. A pollution along the path. I don't know what you mean by pollution. Cosmic rays? As in, like, Maya opposing Ort? So maybe the sun does go out once a year, but then no, the Danos would know about it, and it only happened once, so never mind that. That was one thing she refused to compromise on. As her big brother, who am I to say no? Anyway, the Ocelame are all set to go, though they'll still need firearms to kill Danos. Right now, I'm just leasing some from Koyanskaya, but it won't take long for me to spin up my own production line. I'll make sure all the Ocelame have the latest in weapons technology. If something can be done, you can do it. Almighty God indeed. The only thing you're missing is a rival. I'm sorry I couldn't chain summon Quetzalcoatl while I was at it. Was that supposed to be a joke? Knock it off. You knew it'd be all-out war if Lady Birdbrain were here. But hey, at least I found someone else I can enjoy playing with in the meantime. A Miklan made Kukulcan. David, I've created an underground path to Ort. We can use Dano's hearts to supply it with energy. In a year, its wounds will have more than closed up. I also made my last candidate. I'll have him turn into me over the course of the next year. So he'll also be Tezcatlipoca in a year's time, huh? Understood. Make sure you train him well in both body and mind. Why does he need all these vessels? We'll need a clear will and a strong ideology if we're going to give Ort orders. So we'll spend this year furthering our goal of destroying this planet and erasing any trace of humankind. What about the other Cryptors? Isn't your plan at odds with this foreign god's goals? I don't care. If Odim wins, the other Lostbelts will just disappear, and us with them. So there's no issue with that. I'm here to fulfill my obligations, nothing more. If you have any objections, now's the time to voice them, Tezcatlipoca. It's not too late to change the plan. Objections? Hardly. Your idea is awesome. I always wanted to see the end of an entire planet. Alright, Sem. We have our own war, annihilation, and banquet to begin. Let's get started. After this node, I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to wrap up this stream at that point. We will see about tomorrow. Okay, let's just make sure we all saw the same thing there. I saw David making an underworld pilgrimage all on his own, finding Ort's body in Miklan's bottom stratum. I saw him talking to Tezcatlipoca about using Dano's hearts to reactivate Ort. And I saw him planning to go back down to the bottom stratum to do just that in a year's time. Which would be now. Yeah, I saw the same thing. The poisonous gas that fills the 8th and bottom strata disappears once a year for just a few days at a time. Ah, the cosmic rays are a poisonous gas? Huh. Last year, David managed to complete an underworld pilgrimage during those scant few days. And now that time is approaching again. It seems if we don't stop his second pilgrimage, Miklan will completely collapse. And proper human history will disappear along with the entire planet. But why would he do something like that? If he destroys Earth, he'll die with it. Yeah, the ritual didn't reveal why he's doing this. Yeah, that's not a problem. I think we should be ignoring either. Yeah. We know what he's doing, what his goal is, and where we need to go to stop him. That's a big step in the right direction. But at some point, we're gonna have to answer the why he wants to destroy Earth in the first place. Be that as it may, right now, stopping David is our top priority. Kukulcan, Shkik, when will the poisonous gas in the 8th stratum clear? Kukulcan? Kukulcan. Is she still drugged out? Huh? Yes, I'm sorry, I was a little lost in thought. I'm afraid I can't tell you the exact time the gas will dissipate. I can only say that it will happen in the next few days. That's okay, that's enough. Okay, we know David has only one command spell left. Hey, 3Dark7. Thank you for becoming a member. Or renewing your membership. I don't know which one is what is happening. Either way, it's wonderful. Memberships are the lifeblood of this channel. I could not support myself and my family without it. So yes, thank you very much. He used one in his battle with Camazotz and another to activate Tezcatlipoca's noble phantasm in Mexico City. He probably means to use that last one to revive Ort. If we let him reach the bottom stratum again, it's over. Fortunately, the Underworld is still closed off. And I'm sure the Danos will help us once we explain the situation to them. If they help us invade Mexico City, we can capture Daebit and stop him from reviving Ord. I agree, as long as we can convince the King of Dinosaurs, I'm certain they'll help us. This doesn't just concern proper human history. This is a battle to protect humanity, with Earth itself at stake. So you want to stop Daebit and save humanity? So, I'm assuming that Tezcatlipoca Blue, or whatever he's called, King of Dinos, was summoned at the exact same time as the other Tezcatlipoca, like a chain almost. But then they're like, you know what, we don't agree, we're gonna go our separate ways. So does that technically make Blue Tezcatlipoca still a reluctant servant of Daebit? You're very brave to go up against someone who fought Camazotz to a standstill. But there's no point in that if it gets you killed. Why not go back to Chichen Itza and wait to see what happens instead of risking your own necks? Maybe Daebit will fail. Maybe Ort will never wake up. And even if the world is destroyed, it won't be your fault. So why not relax and enjoy yourselves? I'm afraid we can't do that if we don't protect the world. But isn't the destruction of the world natural? I don't give a shit. We don't fight amongst ourselves. We don't struggle against how things are. We simply go with the flow, as you say. You goddamn dinosaur hippie! We're trying to save the fucking world! You goddamn dinosaur hippie! That's how we've been able to live peacefully for 66 million years. If the world is destroyed, that just means its time has come. I don't think humans have any right to interfere. Don't you agree, Big Brother Tepeo? Fighting to protect the world just because you don't want to die is just selfish. Even wrong, isn't it? Even if the world is destroyed, and all life dies out, that's not a tragedy. It's just the natural order of things. But if you're going with the flow, that means you're going with the flow of what other people are going to do. I mean, this is stupid, because it's forgetting the fact that Daebit is not the natural order. Daebit is the one ending the world, and we're the ones saving it. Those are two deliberate actions in conflict with each other. So, Daebit's being just as selfish as we are, if you want to be that way. In Aztec mythology, the 4 arrows, north, south, east, and west, were the 4 Tezcatlipocas, and they all had different colors, black, red, white, and blue. Does that mean we've got white and red showing up in this Lostbelt? But my point being is he summoned at least 2. He summoned at least 2 at the same time, right? Does that make both of them technically his servants? And the blue one just doesn't want to go along with the plan? But anyway, back to this, yeah. This dino's logic is really stupid. You can choose to let the world flow as it does, and it technically won't be your fault. Why would there be a Lostbelt version of it? That doesn't make much sense, because they didn't have the concept of gods until Daebit came along anyway. But yeah, no, this is dumb. Just because someone wants to end the world, that doesn't make it the natural order of things. Oh shit, white is Kets? Oh. So okay. So 2 forms of the same god were fighting each other. So no. If the world is destroyed, that's not the natural order of things. Someone chose to do that. Oh, that's Huitzilopochtli? What about, Tlaloc, then? Is Tlaloc one of those four? Is that the red one? You did say brother or sister or whatever. They didn't explain how Tlaloc came about either, though, so I guess we still have things to learn. All life is equal. No living thing is worth more than any other. Then why are you letting one of those people destroy all the others? You idiot! Death comes for everything eventually. Nothing deserves preferential treatment. Yeah. But if we live longer or die shorter due to human actions... Well, Tlaloc... I'm talking about the god in terms of north, south, east, west. I'm not talking about how it is in the Lostbelt. So no matter what happens or who dies, there's no need for such intense grief. As living beings, fighting out a desire to protect something or something, someone or something, is fundamentally wrong. What she's saying makes... No, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Just because you're gonna die someday doesn't mean you can't live a more meaningful life. Huh? That's strange. I was trying to cheer you all up, but it looks like I did the opposite. Huh. I'm sorry. I wish I had, that had gone better. Oh, but you really don't need to worry about this too much. Even if Daybit doesn't wake Ord up, it won't be long before Miklan ends anyway. Huh? What was that, Shkik? Shkikity shkikity shkoo? Huh? Did you not tell them, Big Brother Tepeo? Miklan's sun will soon reach critical mass. Oh shit. It will explode and wipe us all out after 10 more cycles. Miklan's destruction is gonna happen no matter what. Every Danos knows this. What? I guess you did too, Cuckoo? Well, that's fucking bizarre. Alright, so we are on to another fragment. Don't! You know, I want to get this fragment done. Well, maybe not. Shit, no, we'll start it tomorrow. We'll start it tomorrow. I was just wondering what section I had just cleared. If I, like, go here... No, I don't know what section I just cleared. Where am I in terms of the story? I guess it doesn't matter. I'm going to stream tomorrow anyway. Alright, so, closing statements. Yeah, lots of crazy stuff. I'm going to stream tomorrow. I'll schedule that as soon as this is done. Same time as usual. And, also, over on the official Waifu Files channel, I will upload the next video right after this. So look forward to that. It should be very fun. And, yeah. I don't know which Waifu Files it is. I'm just going in order of the ones that were previously uploaded. Oh, actually, no, I do know. It's Higurashi. So the waifu of Higurashi will upload as soon as I'm done with this stream, and I'll schedule the stream for tomorrow, and we got lots of good stuff. Thank you all for joining. That was just Act 14 of like 20-something. Anyway, Thank you for that answer. Until tomorrow, celebrate your fandom.